Okay, we are gonna run a randomizer today and look at some news. Um, for a while now. What the heck's going on here? There we go. Or rather, how do I want to say it? We've had this lock overworld doors feature in the randomizer for a while, but I haven't run it very much. In fact, I haven't run one of those in quite a while, so I think we'll do that today. So any door in the game, basically regular overworld door, has a key associated with it specifically, and you got to find those before you can get into those doors. That's pretty much it. I shut that off, I think, because I just made the runs take too long, or I felt like they did. But it makes it a little more interesting, because otherwise, you run a randomizer with the same settings over and over and over again. You just end up kind of taking the same paths every time, which, not totally, but kind of. Which gets a little old after a while, so I have that set, and a new seed already set. So we'll go ahead and do that, and see what the news is. I think this is Asmon's stream from not yesterday, but the day before. It was after, like, the government had said some stuff about, like, the Epstein files, and pretty much said, yep, case closed, and that was it, and we're not going to get any more information on it, which was kind of fucked. So yeah, let's see the reaction on that, right? So I've seen it on the Twitter, but I haven't seen all, like, Asmon's had to say about that, so we'll check it out. So here we go. Sure we got all our stuff situated here. Give us much for any extra stuff. We got one Triforce piece to start off with. That looks to be about it. Okay, well, let's see what he had to say about all
reorient my brain, because I'm just so I'm just fucking short-circuited. And anyway, so yeah, if she went to jail and all of this stuff happened and Epstein was this weird trafficker, you're telling me nobody knows anything about this? Nobody's gonna go to jail? I think something happened. I do. I don't know what the fuck happened, but I can tell you that it doesn't make any fucking sense that she goes and all of this happens and nobody ends up going to jail, man. And yeah, I don't understand that at all. And I find it to be very, very frustrating.
I think she's in jail, isn't she?
This is that no evidence equals 1,000 people abused. Yeah, exactly, man. And so anyway, went to jail for being a woman. Yes, clearly, right? It's obvious too many powerful people can pull strings, are implicated. Nothing substantial will ever come out of this, and no one will ever be held accountable. Well, I think that is the most likely outcome. That there were a lot of people that were just, Jesus Christ.
Sung. It's actually kind of nice to have for a few different reasons.
There were a lot of people that were implicated in this, and because of that, they basically were able to suppress this from happening, right? That's really the main thing. It's concerning. Yeah, I think it is. Fuck, man. I don't know. Maybe there's something wrong with my nose.
Bombay? All right, cool. That's good. Temple boss key. I already know these are Triforce pieces.
Wow. And anyway, so yeah, I might need some tea. Yeah, I sound congested. Yeah, I really am. And I guess so. Anyway, I used to drink loads of cola. I have the same thing as you. It's only in the mornings. After that, I should be better. And so yeah. I don't know why she's not being called to like implicate people, to talk about evidence, to make a statement about this, to do anything. And
Yeah,
so,
why not?
I mean, if there were no clients, then why is she even in jail? Like, if nobody got in trouble and none of this happened, there's nobody implicated, then how is this even happening? I just don't understand it at all, man. And yeah, do you think Kanye's on the list? I don't think so at all. I really don't. I don't think Kanye's involved with any of this stuff. Kanye's a schizo, but he's not a pedo. It's just really, I mean, I don't think that's him. Give me a second. So yeah, and short living, yeah, I guess so, annoying. And maybe that is why. And anyway, Coke. No, I think actually I need to. That way I can get it all out of my system. I think the faster I get it out of my system, the better. And he's a saint, yes, clearly, right? And Kanye's been speaking the truth. He has been. So I wouldn't really blame people like Kanye and look at people like him and decide based off of that. 20 years, despite she pleaded the fifth. Yeah, they would kill her or her relatives if she snitched. Yeah, maybe that's it. But either way, I will say that for the Epstein stuff, and this is Trump talking about it. I guess this is from today.
Sure. Your memo and release yesterday on Jeffrey Epstein, it left some lingering mysteries.
Yeah.
One of the biggest ones is whether he ever worked for a American or foreign intelligence agency. The former labor secretary who was Miami U.S. Attorney, Alex Costa, he allegedly said that he did work for an intelligence agency. So could you resolve whether or not he did? And also, could you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape?
Yeah, sure. If
could I just interrupt for 1 second? Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable.
That sounds like he's guilty.
It kind of does.
I'm just gonna say it.
Well, why keep talking about that?
Like, that's what I would say if I was guilty.
Yeah, it does.
Like, what is this?
That's not a good look. Oh God, why are we still talking about this, guys?
Anyway, yeah, it's a bad look. It's definitely a bad look. It looks really, really, really bad.
I thought the same when I saw that.
L take from Trump. It is Trump. Yeah, look. Let me see.
That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time, and do you feel like answering?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
By the way, this is the answer. Absolutely, we want to waste the time on this. 100%. The idea that numbers of heads of state and then powerful and influential people were involved in a cover-up that involved, non-consensual forced sex, rape with young and underage girls. Abso-fucking-lutely.
Yeah, of course.
That is it.
I don't mind answering.
And I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this, where we're
at a time like this. At a time like this.
And also tragedy.
Why are you guys doing this?
It just seems like a desecration.
What the fuck? Why is my mute button not working?
Did she answer? Like, well, wait a minute. She did. Wait. I paused. Give me a second. If I.
Normally on my headset, I got a button that allows me to mute this or not mute this, but it's not working. Why? Why is that not working? Did I break the button? I don't think so. Shit, why the fuck does that not work all of a sudden? God damn it. That's kind of annoying. But anyway, like, what is he complaining about? Like, didn't she say that she had this shit on her desk? Like, the list and other information about it? And that was like 3 or 4 months ago. And, like, the Trump administration and the whole group of them, like, they never had to say anything about this at all. They're the ones that brought it up in the first fucking place. And now they're like, oh, we don't want to talk about it anymore? Why? I don't get that. That doesn't seem right. Hold on, I'm going to refresh this and see if it'll let me use my button. Where are we at? 2316?
If I can find this. What is this? Trump, Epstein.
Why the fuck doesn't this work all of a sudden? Damn it.
What is this?
It's actually kind of annoying. Let me see here for a second. Why that's doing that. Yeah, this button doesn't work for that either. What the fuck? What the hell's going on here? It's really annoying because I have a button on my headset that will just automatically pause or unpause. Like if I have a video that's playing like this here, I can just hit the button on my headset and it pauses or unpauses it, so I can interject and put my 2 cents in without having to switch windows and do all kinds of other shit. Why the fuck is it doing that? It's This is the first time that's not worked. Why is that? Twitch fuck it up? Just for fun.
In PUBG, McConnell?
I don't know.
Did you say that? Because Esfon said it was broken the other day.
No. That won't do it either. It just doesn't work. What the fuck? God damn it. Why are we having problems? Let me check something else here real quick. Yep. Because that's going to be really annoying. Give me 1 second here. Let me see if I can check something out. Doesn't do it for that either. Let's see. Yeah, just ask Google, why the fuck won't my button on my headset pause or unpause my shit? I don't know if I want to do that.
This clown world? Did she say anything? Yeah, I don't know. Fuck.
That is super annoying. I was hoping that opening it up in another window would fix it, but it's not. Yeah, I gotta get that figured out here quick somehow. Hopefully. Why won't my pause button on my headset work for which videos all of a sudden? Question mark. Browser glitch, headset, platform issues, interference, software conflicts, firmware update, ad blockers. It's not really answering my question. Okay. I don't know. Chrome wants to re-update, so give me just a second here while I figure that out. This browser window has been open for like months without being updated, so that might be part of the reason why. Shit's probably gonna go crazy too.
This clown world, did she say anything?
There we go. Well, I paused it, but it didn't unpause it. What the fuck? So it worked for 1 second?
Yeah, I don't know. Fuck. But yeah, I mean that's how I see it. Yeah,
Oh my
wow,
God.
gaslight much? Pure.
It looks like it's trying to do it, but it won't fucking do it. Let me try one other thing here quick. Oh, that makes me mad. I think Windows did do an update like yesterday. Oh boy, that just drives me crazy. Like, I wish Windows would never update a fucking thing unless I tell it to. Damn it. I'm gonna freak out. Yeah, how's it going? Okay, my pause button on my headset just doesn't work, so I guess we're just gonna have to go without that. Yeah, Lacey, I remember. So
Pure deflection.
do
Yeah,
it the
I think
old-fashioned way,
easy,
I guess.
Delete the list. Yeah, there's a longer one. Yeah, I want to see this right here.
We have Texas.
Just
we have
chilling.
tragedy with what happened.
Okay, here we go.
Apparently my computer's not cooperating, but yeah,
You go ahead.
it's whatever.
Sure. First, to back up on that, in February, I did an interview on Fox, and it's been getting a lot of
Doing a
attention.
Triforce Sons
because I
randomizer?
said,
You had the files on your desk. You had the list on your desk.
And
you
listening
had
to the
files
news.
on your desk. That's why it's getting attention, because you said you had it. That's the reason. What happened?
I was asked a question about the client list, and my response
Yes.
was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed.
That's
meaning
correct.
the file along with the JFK, MLK files as well.
That's not
I
what she
meant by
said.
that. Also, to the tens of thousands of videos.
I remember
they turned
that
out to
interview.
be
It's-
child
she-
porn downloaded by that disgusting Jeffrey Epstein.
Who was in the video, though? Was it identifiable people?
It probably
Well,
was.
wait a minute. No, yeah. So if he's got all of these videos, who was in the videos?
Child porn is what they were. Never going to be released. Never going to see.
That's not the point. People get arrested for this all the time, and then actual police and investigators make sure and they confirm it's the person
get it?
that they're convicting, and they do this all the time. This is bullshit.
Lighted day. To him being an agent, I have no knowledge about that. We can get back to you on that. And the minute missing from the video.
How did they not know that?
Video showing definitively. The video was not conclusive, but the
Well, it's not going to be conclusive when the minute is missing.
Yeah, right. It's not the complete
Yeah,
video.
I mean, it's what is this?
evidence prior to it was showing he committed suicide. And what was on that, there was a minute that was off the counter. And what we learned
That's
from
correct.
Bureau of Prisons was every night, they redo that video. It's old from like 1999.
Yeah.
So every night
Yeah,
the
it's
video
just
is
fucking ancient
reset,
technology,
Yeah.
right?
and every night you have the same minute missing. So we're looking for that video to release that as well,
no-
showing that a minute is
No,
missing.
no, no,
And
no.
that's it on Epstein.
Guys, what do y'all think about this?
Yeah, that's right.
What do y'all think about this? Is this a cover up? I think it's a cover up too, man. I think it's some real fucking bullshit. And yeah, I don't know what the hell is going on. It's all a magic show. They want this to blow over so bad. I think they do. And yeah, there it is. Do you suppose they managed to erase it all before the Trump team got in?
I don't think
If
so.
they had managed to erase it all before the Trump team got
Somebody's
in,
got copies.
then they should have never said that they had the list. That's the thing, is you should have never said, if you said, oh, well, we don't have the list, as soon as you get in, people would be like, oh, yeah, because Biden deleted it.
Yeah, I
right?
remember.
That would have
I
been
appreciate
easy. It would have
that.
been so easy. People would say that, it would have been over. But no, now this is it. It's fucked up. I think so. Trump win streak is over. It makes them look awful. I don't think that they understand how big of a deal this is for the average public. This, in my opinion, is like a top 5 issue. It really is. It's a massive top 5 issue. And also keep in mind, Biden didn't release this either. So it's not like this is some kind of fucking Trump L that's unique.
I should look at the emotes
Biden
thing.
didn't
I really
release
should.
it, and Trump didn't release it. No other state has released it. In my opinion, top 3. Maybe it's top 3.
I
but
remember
it's
some things.
Definitely up there. I mean, on social media,
I
it's
forget
definitely
shit
in the
that,
top
you know,
3. For
sometimes I
voters at
shouldn't,
large,
but
maybe
I remember
not,
some things.
But I think on social media, it definitely is. So yeah.
Like pay my bills. I forget to do that sometimes. It's not even because I don't have the money.
Anyway, so
It's just because I
Pam Bondi
forget
is
to do
screwing
it.
Trump with this L, and I guarantee a third party somewhere in the world has evidence, and as well as holding us for blackmail. That is the only way that I can explain and put all of the pieces together in a way that makes sense based off of what's public, is that there is a third party
I don't remember if I
that
did.
has evidence.
I'll write it down.
And has these files. And
On my
if
little
either
notepad right here.
side of the
And
political
I'll do that
party
after
releases
I end
these
stream
files
today.
and doesn't release them in their full capacity, then that third party will release the files. Obviously, the most likely outcome for that is either Mossad, China, or
I got it
Russia.
written down.
One of the 3 of them probably has these files, and so this is effectively a Cold War, right? And so nobody can release the files because it's not Cold War, it's MAD, you know, mutually assured destruction. So it just basically clears the entire board of everyone. In my opinion, I think the only probability of this ever happening, like in the future, is if we elect a really young politician
that's good.
that doesn't have the same connections that like these older people do. I think that this will eventually come out, but it will come out in like 20 years, right?
Yeah, that's kind
Or,
of kind of what I
15
think too.
years. So JD, yeah, it may be JD Vance or like AOC or somebody like that. Maybe they would be willing to release them because you know, they don't have those same connections. It'll never happen. Well, and again, I'm being 50 years, guys. I'm being optimistic right now. Okay, I'm being optimistic because I try to look on. I don't really try to look on the bright side of things, but I try to be, at least I try to like see different perspectives. This is, I think, a very big turning point, though. It does look really bad. JD doesn't have connections. What are you all retarded? JD is not as connected as somebody like Bill Gates. No, he's not. Or he's not as connected as somebody like Jeffrey Epstein or Donald Trump is.
That's
like,
true.
He hasn't been in the game for 50 years. He hasn't even been alive for 50 years. So if you can't understand what I'm saying with that, I think you're being intentionally dishonest. I'm not saying that it's a guarantee that he's going to do it. I'm just saying it's a degree of probability. And I said AOC as well. This isn't a oh well, next we have to vote for another Republican. No, I think this is the only way that it would ever happen, is that if it was a young person that's been totally disconnected from like that culture as well, right? And so that's it. Is this a bigger conspiracy than JFK? No, I think JFK is a lot bigger, because there is a chance that, and there's a possibility that all of the files were deleted and there isn't a list. and they were just talking shit, and they didn't actually have the list ever. That's definitely a possibility.
Well, if they got videos, then find out who's in the videos. There's your list.
I mean, maybe not. I kind of would guess that would happen, but I genuinely have no idea. And so anyway, person's family needs to be disconnected as well. All the friends, associates, family, etc. Yeah, definitely. The list they had was the one that leaked already. What if Elon's party came to power? I don't think that's really going to happen. I think that this is going to make Trump look bad. But other than that, that's about it. This barely matters. Kids are getting abused all over the world every day. The government isn't going to derail the country over it. Well, I think that, and this is the problem, is that you say that kids are being abused all over the country all the time. That's true. But it's different because, like, whenever some crazy psychopath
checking out some news,
in
running the
Missouri
randomizer,
or in Iran or
living the
in
dream.
Russia, it doesn't matter because it's just some crazy random retard, right? But when this is a person who's running the country, this is a person who's making decisions, that's doing this, that is a totally different fucking dynamic than just the fact that this happens sometimes, right? And so it's a totally different thing in general. Trump and Bannon are on the list. Well, it's a gross take. Well, no, it's, again, you can be pragmatic about it. I understand being pragmatic about it, but that's just not the way I see it. Do you think Trump's going to win Senate elections if things go like this till the end of 2026? I think that Trump, this is definitely, like, I mean, you can't discount the Iran war, and then, like, there was, like, a number of things that Trump has done, ending the Rwanda genocide, shit like this.
He's done things that people wanted him to do.
Passed, the no tax on tips. There's a lot of things that Trump has done that have been W's, right? And so it's not like it's one or the other, but, you know, through recency bias, if the midterms were tomorrow, yeah, they'd probably lose. Absolutely. Like, because this looks so bad, man. The little black book, it's out there somewhere. Do you think average voter will remember Rwanda or Iran by next year? No, they probably won't remember anything. But that doesn't really it doesn't really say anything, does it? Like, the average voter probably doesn't really care that much about the Epstein stuff either. They're like, yeah, I don't know what that happened or not. Because the Epstein files are, and we have to acknowledge this. It's important to keep this in mind, that this is on the precipice of being a conspiracy theory. It is. It's the same thing as JFK or MLK. There is a contingency of the population that see this, but at the same time, they don't all take it very seriously. And so that is, it fully is. Yes, it is a conspiracy theory. It 100% is. And it's by definition a conspiracy theory. Yes, exactly. The average voter just watches the news Mouthagate. Nobody here has facts, and everyone's making assumptions. Young presidents also won't release it because their current family's being murdered, tethers them to being quiet. Yeah, and I think that's why it took so long for the JFK files to get released. And I think that the reason why the JFK files did get released is very simply because everybody that had power then is dead. That's it. And so nobody can go and kill anybody because everybody there is all dead. We're assuming the client list is actual list. It could also be a file with Epstein and a famous person in a random hotel or another location. It's not a definitive smoking gun list. Yeah, exactly, right? But if you say that you have the list, if you tell everybody, you say, guys, we have the list, and then there's no fucking list, well, then I'd be pretty fucking mad, okay? Editing takes so long. Yes, exactly. Anything incriminating to the elites would have been destroyed when the CIA did their scrub. Exactly, right? And so this does make Donald Trump look really bad. And yeah, let's see if there's any more of this here. I don't think there's anything else really to say. But yeah, it looked awful, man. It really did. And I don't even know what the fuck to say. But it's really, really bad. And so that's pretty much where we're at. Check Reddit SGK thing. I don't know what that is. I have no idea. So, yeah, she never said that she has the list. She said she has the files on her desk, which is in response of where the list was. Guys, they heavily implied any reasonable person that was watching the Trump administration talk about the Epstein files before they came into power would have come to the conclusion that they had the files and they knew who was involved. They communicated that very, very clearly, right?
They did.
Maybe
they did.
Not directly, but that was clearly what the message was. Give me a second. Sorry. Anyway, so that's pretty much it. And what do you have to say on tariffs in Japan? I don't know about that at all. For fuck's sake, stop sucking Trump's dick, guys. There's so many dick riders here. I think that a lot of people, and this is the issue, and this is why I've always told people that you shouldn't idolize people, you should idolize ideas, because people always fall short of ideas. And again, I think this is a huge disappointment for a lot of people. It definitely is. It's a massive disappointment, and a lot of people are mad about it, and I think that they should be. And can we watch the CoffeeZilla video on this? Well, I don't know if he made one. I have no idea. And also, here's the truth. No one in the public knows what happened. So CoffeeZilla, fucking Alex Jones.
How would anybody else know?
Me,
apparently
Beck,
the fucking people running the show right now don't even know.
None of
so
these people actually know what happened. They have no idea at all. And so yeah, they did, but no news.
They can speculate, but we can all speculate.
Jesus. And yep, you're probably wrong. I mean, well, no, it's that nobody knows anything about this and they can't prove it. That's the other thing too. It's like, let's say that there's somebody who has definitive, undeniable proof that the Epstein list exists. How could we reference that? And then how could we verify that? How could we know that? Like, let's say somebody presents the actual list.
How would we even know if it's real?
What's stopping everybody from saying, oh, that's not true? You see kind of what I'm saying here?
Even if the government came up with that now, be like, they're just putting out some fake shit.
Contextualize what we're talking about, please.
How could you possibly know?
The Epstein list, Jeffrey Epstein. Basically, the Epstein list is not being released, and I think people are unhappy about what's. It's literally the #1 trending thing with almost 2 million posts. So yeah, people are fucking mad. Let's see if I can find any more posts about this. Him talking about this.
Key to the pond. We won't need that one.
Missing video. I knew it. I fucking knew it. See, guys, there it is.
I lost my other thing here. Why? There we go.
So you recognize Trump just creates his own truth?
Oh, darn it.
You're not asking that in good faith, right?
There
because,
we go.
like, I mean, Biden also had access to this, and he just made it up too. So, yeah, I mean, you're coming in here to just talk shit and argue. I don't like
kick him out.
Anybody who comes in and I think is what a dishonest question. Yeah, what a crazy dishonest question. It's not even worth referring to or listening to. And so, yeah.
Ooh, big Goran sword.
Trump
Nice.
say something publicly about it not existing? Basically, yes. And yeah, that's it. How will they prove the list does not exist? They can't. They can't prove the list doesn't exist.
Yeah, you can't prove a negative.
Prove that it certainly is very hard to. It would be easier to prove that it doesn't exist if you didn't run a campaign on it existing.
Yeah.
Sorry.
They referenced it a lot like it did, and now they're saying it doesn't? What do you mean?
Excuse me. Elon tweet? Yeah, I'll have to look at that and see it for myself. But, yeah. Anyway, he did? Yeah, I think so. And Epstein was basically politicians and billionaires go-to for sex holidays with models, all ages, including children. Well, we don't know that, though, right? And that's the problem, is that we don't know that. Neither of them involved. If not one or the other would have used it against each other, it's people much bigger than them. No, I don't think that's it. I think that I think that people are involved that they know, but they're just not willing to release it for whatever reason. And so yeah.
Well, the whatever reason is kind of a big deal, though.
I don't know about that. And plus the fact that rich French bitch is in jail, took the fifth, is almost proof that there is a list. Yeah, I mean, how do you just like if
like the problem I have with the whole thing is you've got two big problems with the whole Epstein thing at all. Okay, like Ghislaine Maxwell is in jail. That means she was charged, tried, and sentenced. That means that there's court documents for evidence that got her ass put in jail. but conveniently, the court has decided to seal those documents, so nobody else we can't see it. Why? For starters. And, apparently, there's sex trafficking and stuff going on, which is illegal just anyways and bad enough on its own. But the implication is to, rich and powerful people, like, just wealthy people, people of positions of power in governments, not just in the U.S., but also abroad, etc. And, so obviously that information can be used for blackmail by anybody, especially if you've got the whole kit and caboodle of, quote unquote, the list. Now, just because somebody's associated with Epstein, like they met him once at a party, that doesn't mean anything else happened. That's fair. But I think you could probably drill down a little more specifically than that and get it figured out. If we can't, then we massively overestimate the FBI's abilities. That's for sure. And I don't think that's the case. They know, and they can find out. And if the previous administration had the paperwork destroyed on their way out, it still exists somewhere because it's just far too valuable to just disappear. Somebody's got it. But you've got the idea that allegedly Epstein was employed or had some relations with intelligence organizations, say the CIA or Mossad, which is Israel's version of the CIA, which seems like, at least for the Mossad thing, it would kind of check out, because Ghislaine Maxwell, who is, I guess, Epstein's wife, or effectively his wife, her dad had ties to Mossad, and we know that. Like, that's a known thing, right? So, I mean, when you start putting one and two together, you start adding up to something, right? So it does make you wonder. Oh, and also, like, when a month or two ago, when Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, the director and the assistant director of the FBI, had an interview about the same sort of stuff, and both of these guys had a real big hard-on for getting all of this information out before they were put into those positions, right? And those guys, when the two of them were sat down just fairly recently, a month or two ago, for an interview with, I can't remember which news people did the interview, but I don't know, it was, one of the bigger ones, CNN or, NBC or whoever, right? Like, and those guys look like they'd seen a ghost. They looked like somebody was pointing a gun at them from just out of camera frame. And their tune was quite different than what we've heard out of them in the past, which is concerning. Because it sounds to me like once they got into their positions, like, this is just speculation on my part. I don't know, but like the vibe I get from it is that, and same thing for Bondi, probably, Pam Bondi. When they got in their positions and got established and started working on this stuff, they probably got visited by somebody that told them they need to shut the fuck up and, go find something else to worry about, basically. And I don't think that somebody was the president. Maybe it was, but I don't think it was. And isn't it interesting that we've got a situation where the Biden administration had 4 years to throw that information out there if it would have implicated Trump? But kind of necessarily by doing so, it wouldn't have been just him they'd been, exposing, which is why I think it didn't happen. Even if Trump's on that list, I have no idea if it was or not. There are people on that list from, both sides of the Democrats and the Republicans, and probably some foreign dignitaries too, and just rich people from everywhere probably. And so nobody wants to release that because the people that it implicates are too powerful. And on the flip side of that, you can't blackmail those powerful people if you just throw everything out into the open, because once the cat's out of the bag, the cat's out of the bag, right? So I think that's the problem here with this whole thing. It isn't just the sex trafficking stuff, which would be bad enough on its own. It needs to be investigated, even if there's nothing else going on with it. But that whole other layer of how this could be used to exude pressure on people in government that are working in government now, for whatever reason, just like it's too powerful as a blackmail tool for a whole lot of reasons, to just throw it out into the open. And I think that's really what the problem is. I don't know why. Who does it implicate? That would be the reason why. It probably has a lot more to do with who it implicates than anything else. And I don't think it's just Trump. Like I see this stuff on Twitter. They're like, oh, well, if Trump was implicated, the Biden administration would have thrown that out there right away. No, they wouldn't. Not if they're on that list too. What do you fucking mean? That's stupid logic. And vice versa. It's a big club and you're not in it. Well, in this case, be glad you're not. But that's sort of the problem here. And that's kind of like going into conspiracy theory at that point, because there isn't really we haven't learned enough about what the fuck's going on to really determine whether that's a thing, like this big blackmail thing or not. But you can kind of suss out that might be the case, just based off of what we do know, or at least have some justification for thinking that. Whether it is or not the case, but still. But the broader implication that, people that are working in government may themselves be blackmailed by this is not good for any of us that live here. It's not good for we the people when somebody is holding a gun to the heads of our officials for whatever reason, right? So all of that is why, at least I consider it a big deal. Otherwise, I would be less concerned about it. And if our government right now truly doesn't have that information, I guarantee you somebody else does. It didn't just, the only copies of that information didn't just disappear. I promise you that, because of how valuable that information would be. So it's concerning for a lot of different reasons. But anyways, let's get back to it here. I've said my piece about most of that, I think.
Let me get this straight. If she can plead the fifth, why can't we just extradite her somewhere else where they can just make her say it? Like,
yeah.
I mean, in my opinion, she's got to have citizenship somewhere else. She's got to be like, liable for crime somewhere else. Why couldn't we extradite her somewhere else where she'd have to testify, or they would make her testify?
I got poke shot out of that
good
pot.
Idea.
That was good.
Yeah. And so it's like, in my opinion, there are always creative ways to get around these things. Guantanamo Bay. Well, and in my opinion, you might say that's horrible. It's awful. This is a big deal. This is a big deal. And I have no problem, like, in my mind, this sounds like a bad thing to say, but there are no lengths that I will not go to achieve something that I think is the right thing to do for a greater good. That's the case. And when I see somebody like this, you can't just plead the fucking fifth. If you want to plead the fifth, send that bitch to El Salvador and see if she can plead the fifth over there. Send her over to China. Send her over to somewhere else, and then
I don't know if it would work.
She can plead the fucking fifth. And that's it.
I'm not sure that would give us the results we want.
And it sounds insane. It sounds crazy.
Maybe it would.
You know what else sounds crazy? The fact that she doesn't tell us who it was.
Yeah.
That's what's crazy. What about the kids? Yes, for the greater good? Absolutely. I would do it in a second. And so, yes, Epstein made so much money. He either had super rich clients or a ton of them. He didn't make that much money. He had like maybe $600 million.
I would say that's a lot.
Like, I think it was something like that, right? Epstein net worth at death. Let me see.
Now, if you want to compare that to people that have hundreds of billions of dollars, then no, it's not anything. But it's still pretty goddamn significant.
Yeah. I never forget numbers, boys. Anyway, so, basically broke. Well, what I'm saying is that, like, I mean, when you're comparing this level, that like $600 million is it's nothing. It's really it's nothing. Like there are random African warlords that probably have more money than that. But really, like,
probably.
To people that have, like, you've got to keep in
mind. Market Bazaar.
Think about how powerful somebody is. Like, think about how many billionaires get totally bitched out. Like, so this is a good example. Let me see if I can show you guys this. Okay, yeah, take a look at this. Give me 1 second. Sorry.
Is the bazaar? Yes. Do they have anything I want?
Anyway, Saddam or Gaddafi? Yes. So panic among Moscow elites as Putin begins to come for the oligarchs. One of the richest men in Russia, gold magnate Konstantin. Let's see how much this guy is worth, okay? Let's take a look at this. Net worth. How much is this guy worth? And I think they'll probably have it in USD. $1.9 billion, okay? And then other people are saying he has $3.5 billion. Do you know what Putin did to this guy? He had his jet grounded, court order, nationalized. Fuck, man, this is so bad.
I think Asmongold's dying. Might be finally succumbing to his squalid environment. Or it could be allergies.
I've got to be running out at some point, right? I mean, you would assume that. Like, I mean, I've got to be running out. And so that's it. And yeah, I can just keep going. Can we get it? No, bro. Like, we're fine. Bro, it's a roach. Yeah, it's you need lemonade, my boss. I don't know what it is. I actually do have lemonade, but anyway,
lemonade does sound good.
Rocket fuel. I don't know what it is. So this guy.
Country time.
Yeah, exactly. This is how Putin deals with billionaires.
Pink lemonade.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. This is right. So this is, whenever I say only $600 million, this is how Russia handles shit.
Vladimir Putin strode into town.
Почему раньше здесь не было людей, которые способны были принимать решения? Почему здесь-то забегали все?
Like cockroaches when I said I was
cockroaches?
Перед самым моим приездом.
Unlike Medvedev, Putin confronted the factory owners.
Считаю, что вы сделали заложниками.
You have taken these people hostage.
Своих
with your
амбиций,
ambition and competence and pure
непрофессионализма,
greed.
а может быть просто и тривиальной жадности. Тысячи людей.
Thousands of lives.
Это абсолютно недопустимо.
It's unacceptable.
Если собственники
If the owners can't come to an
договориться между
agreement,
собой не смогут, то
this factory will be restarted.
единый комплекс все равно будет восстановлен.
I haven't heard like Putin speak very regularly, not his voice. It's usually, you know, like translated or whatever. I'm kind of disappointed that, like, okay, I worked with this dude from Russia like 20-something years ago. He was actually about my age at the time. If we went to high school together, we would have been in the same grade, okay? I actually have to be pretty good friends with him. But, like, he had a real deep, rich, you know, voice, and, like, like, I wouldn't say he growled, but he had a good, deep, masculine voice all the time. And that was just his voice. Putin doesn't exactly have that going on here. He kind of sounds like this. This might sound kind of bad, but like, I've noticed some people that try to be real big tough guys, just like in real life, just regular Joe random nobodies, really, but try to be real big tough guys, and they kind of have a little bit of a. They talk way up here for some reason, even though they're trying to, like, shake you down or stab you or whatever the fuck. And I've always found that just kind of funny. It's just kind of a little bit of Napoleon syndrome there, just a little bit. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a big dude or whatever, but, like, the way you communicate, it does say something about how people are going to interact with you or judge you, right? So if you want to be a big tough guy and you guys, a squeaky voice, nobody's going to take you seriously. But you got to watch out for those guys because they're the ones that will go to extreme violence to make up for it. That's sort of the problem. I had a friend that got like that after he had too many liquor shots because he was about 5'1", and he thought he could fight everybody. And same thing with him. Like, yeah, he sounded like a 10-year-old boy. Nobody took him seriously. Then he would get mad because he was drunk, and then he would try to fight him. And most of the time people just laughed it off and just pushed him away and told him to get the fuck out of there. But he got his ass beat a few times for that, and he never learned. He never learned. But anyway, yeah, that Napoleon syndrome stuff is a big deal. But that's interesting. I would have expected that Putin would have had a much more menacing voice. That's all.
One way or another, we'll do it without you.
He demanded the owners, including billionaire Oleg Deripaska, sign an undertaking to restart the factories.
Yep. Did everyone sign this agreement? This is the best part. Calls him out by fucking name.
Have you signed? I've signed.
Oh shit.
Have you signed?
I can't see your signature. Come here. Sign it. Get over here.
Fuck, man.
What, this guy thought that he wasn't going to look to see if he didn't sign it or what?
Yeah, bro. Like, he just brings him up, bro.
Yeah, fuck. Why wouldn't you?
In front of the class.
I would. Throws the pen.
Bro, he puts the pen down.
Mm-hmm.
Come here.
Get over here. Sign this. Yep. Puts the pen right on the paper for him.
Go ahead.
Yep. Here it is.
The thing is that he knows the kind of bullshit people like this play.
Yeah.
Did you sign it? Yeah.
Wait.
Then, oh, I never signed it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, no, we're not going to have this happen.
Give me back my pen.
Back my pen.
That's funny. He tried to walk off with his pen. He's like, nope. Fuck no,
A
man.
country as big as Russia needed a.
So when I say only $600 million, I'm thinking about the way that these guys get absolutely bitched by these other countries. They get totally bitched. Yeah, zero respect. Yeah, exactly. Say what you want, but at least Trump gives away his pens. Yeah, well, that's that's the difference between a capitalist and a communist country, right, guys? It was for show. Often pull these shows out for real. It's pure propaganda with no value, no real changes. Well, at least they could put on a show. We can't even put on a fucking show.
The clown show, maybe. That's about it.
So yeah, bro, like we can't even put on a fucking show.
Nice.
Like, shouldn't we at least? I mean, can't we at least arrest like 3 people that like maybe nobody likes and then just put them in jail and say, yeah, we got them. Fuck them. Like, why can't we do that? I don't understand it. Sorry, I do it again. Jesus Christ, I don't know if I can even stream today. This is so bad.
Hey, he's sick. Motherfucker, you gotta get yourself some Claritin.
Anyway, yeah, we're gonna keep going as much as we can, but man, this is it's really hard, man. And
Nice.
yeah, I don't know if I can take it off and mind yourself. Well, I'll try my best. I'm gonna keep going as much as I can, and yeah, take a break, man. It's just there's so much.
Giant's knife.
So
Well,
much
we already
going
have
on.
Big
It's
Orange
hard for
sword.
me to keep up with
Doesn't
everything. Go to a
overwrite the
doctor.
Big Goron
I'm
sword,
not
though,
going
does
to a
it?
doctor,
No, it doesn't.
Okay, like if I'm sick, I'm sick. That's just the way it is. And
Yeah, you don't need to
I'll
go to a
just deal with
doctor.
it. Sure I can. Yeah, go gargle salt water. I don't know what it is. And so yeah, anyway, what the fuck was I saying before? And Google Charleston White Anthony Camello video. I lost all respect for him. I didn't see that at all. And so yeah, allergy meds, you'll be good for 1 hour. And shit ain't normal if it's happening every single day. Well, it's been happening my whole life, right? And so it's nothing that's like unique or special. But either way, what I'm really trying to get at is that just because Epstein had a lot of money doesn't mean you have a lot of power. People that have a lot of money, it is power, but power is power. Being able to kill somebody is power.
Money is just a means to an
maybe
end.
a way that you can get somebody to kill somebody.
Yeah.
That's it. And so
It's
if you
not
can't
power
do
on
that,
its own.
Then you don't have anything. It's just that simple.
And all the people that have power,
it's power to the plebs. Yeah, exactly. And that's really what I would say more than
money
anything.
doesn't matter.
Chill chat. Yeah, exactly. And Elon's trying to prove the statement with his new political party bullshit. I think Elon Musk is... There's a degree of this that... Like Bannon is in the Epstein files. Like, let me look at the some of the post engagements about this. And no, you. I don't know about what this is. That's crazy. What is this here? Steve Bannon.
Shit. I knew that was going to happen.
Political enemies of being pedophiles while providing no evidence. That's such a Chad move, by the way. Yeah, I mean, we've got to have evidence of this kind of stuff happening, because this is what the problem is that right now nobody knows who to believe. And if it's like me, like this is the way I see it, I think everybody's lying to an extent, man. I do.
Yeah,
It's just
I don't
like,
think anybody's telling 100% truth. But I suppose that's what happens when you have something where the stakes are high like that, right? Nobody's going to say the absolute truth because they can hold that as a weapon.
All right.
For extortion.
No, I think everybody's lying to a fucking extent. And that's it. And you're coked up today, man? Yeah, I wish I was. And it's not that hard. They wasted Elon's time and he doesn't suffer a fool. We can't let America go bankrupt. I mean, I think that's true, definitely.
Choose.
I mean, yeah, he's right. I mean, for sure. Anyway, and so yeah, this amount is not normal. This dude, yeah, I guess so. And so annoying. All those people are lying. They are, and I don't know who's lying or which one is lying or anything like that. I have no
Yeah.
idea.
I just assume it's bullshit out of all of them.
It's certainly something.
Until we bring the receipts.
And, so does not help with sinus drainage. I know, guys. It's really bad today, dude. Yeah, it is bad. I know it is.
Spirit Temple.
And anyway, you gonna play Peak with friends? No, I don't like playing. I don't like being around other people. That's it. I don't like being around and doing things with other people.
I don't have.
If there's ever a game,
I don't like feeling obligated to
people,
like do stuff.
It's not gonna happen. Give me a second. Sorry.
Yeah, I quit playing multiplayer games a long time ago, kind of because of that. Because there's always some shithead that just ruins it for everybody, and I'm just so tired of that.
It's just that it. And so yeah, exactly.
I ain't doing that.
And I'm an antisocial person. Well, what about WoW? I quit WoW. And so, yeah, I mean, to me, the reason why
I did too, and actually kind of for the same reason.
Why?
Because it's fucking toxic.
I don't want to interact with other people. I don't like whenever I'm streaming. I don't really view it as interacting with other people because it's like I'm just talking to a chat room. But the issue is that whenever I'm like in a real life situation or anything like that, I just
no House of Skulltula. Okay.
Basically, I live a life where I have everything, I don't know. This is like I'm gonna start crashing out, and so I don't even want to talk about it.
Is he getting? He's getting mad.
And in general, I don't want to interact with anybody for any reason. Period. That's it. And so yeah, I know it sounds crazy, but that's really that's where I'm at right now. I'm so fucking.
I kind of know what he means. I don't know if I got it as bad as he does, but yeah,
right?
yeah,
completely
I kind of get it.
Overstimulated, and so yeah. And anyway, let's go back over here. Did someone hurt you? Not that I'm aware of. I could be wrong, but yeah. And I don't want to have anything to do with anybody. And anyway, so we'll go back and I'll look at well, I guess there's a video about this. We can watch the video about it too, because this has been a pretty popular topic. Here we go. So, according to the Department of Justice, Jeffrey Epstein was not murdered, and there was no client list. Well, that's convenient.
I don't think he was murdered either.
But for somebody else.
I think that he just fucking escaped. I think somebody let him out.
With our law and justice lead and Elon Musk's favorite story, a new Justice Department memo reveals
I don't think he's even dead.
The Justice Department has no evidence that convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein blackmailed powerful people or kept a client list or was murdered in prison.
I don't believe any of that.
Reported by Axios is a sharp
he definitely blackmailed people, regardless of whether he got killed in prison or killed himself or escaped or whatever the fuck.
Is that they should have never said that? Like, how is it that you said that, but there was nothing to look at?
Yeah, like
they played this up so fucking hard for years. Pam Bondi pushed that theory while in office. Take a look.
She did. She did.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump.
So it wasn't the files. She was explicitly asked about a list, and she said it's on my desk.
Yeah.
It is referring directly back to the question about a list. But today,
and now she says, "Oh, I meant just
really
files."
To suggest that the list itself was on her desk.
I think that's bullshit.
The entirety of all of the paperwork, all of.
Nope, I don't buy it. On this one, I don't buy it. Either that, or she's really fucking stupid, and she has to admit that she had made a mistake about that. Because that's the impression everybody got, and they know that. You know what I mean? They know what reaction people had after she said that. Because the implication is that, yeah, it was about the list specifically. Yep, I got it. It's on my desk. We're going through it. And now, oh, no, yeah, I didn't mean that. No. Now, maybe when you're out on the spot in an interview, You could make that mistake, sure, but they knew the reaction people had from her saying that, and they didn't bother to clarify it at the time, which they should have then. And it's not been clarified at any point until now. And then you can't just say, oh, no, I meant just like the binder of shit that we gave out to you guys a little later on that said nothing more than what you already knew. No, I don't think so. And the thing is, like, if they had not mentioned a fucking word of that after Inauguration Day, we wouldn't be here right now with this. So it's their own fucking fault for talking about it. And, like, I get the impression that they did actually want to do this. And then somewhere along the lines, somebody came and talked to, like I said, the guys at the FBI and Bondi and told them to shut the fuck up and knock it off and go find something else to do or else. And that's why now nobody wants to talk about it. That's what I think actually is going on. Because I think it's one, the simplest explanation, and two, it's the stupidest explanation. So that's what I think actually happened. But you can't just say, well, I got threatened by somebody, so now I can't talk about it. So nope, it didn't happen. You can't phrase it that way, right? So I don't know. That's kind of where I'm leaning. We'll see what happens with it, but at least as far as I can tell, like, yeah, there are powers that be that are more powerful than, the president of the United States. I think. I don't know who they are, but it would not surprise me if there is, especially as much clandestine things that have gone on with government, with like, the CIA and other things like that, for like the last 50 or 60 years or longer. Yeah, it makes it really easy to believe that that's what happened. Is like they actually went in with the intent to like putting that stuff out there, and then somebody told them, nope. And I don't think that somebody was the president, because otherwise the president would have just told them to shut up about it on day one. But that's not what happened. So I don't think it was him that told him to flip the script and, oh, nope, yeah, there's no list. He died in a cell. Oh, there's still that 1 minute of footage we can't show you. I'm surprised they didn't just AI fucking modify it. You wouldn't even need AI for that. And they were too stupid to not do that. Because that would have solved the whole problem. See? Round the clock footage, video camera right on there, nothing happened. But the 1 minute of missing video, I think they actually released it that way on purpose because it doesn't fucking make sense otherwise. Oh no, we got this old system that loses a 1 minute of footage every day. No, I don't fucking buy that for a second. Wasn't he in like a fucking high security, like fucking Supermax situation? You're telling me they got such an easy security flaw as that? I don't fucking think so. No fucking way. Otherwise, the government really does do things worse than the private sector, because in the private sector, I can tell you for sure that doesn't happen ever. So yeah, I don't buy that explanation either. Anyway,
the paper in relation to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. That's what the Attorney General was referring to, and I'll let her speak for that.
Joining us now to discuss
bullshit. It's such an obvious lie. And a few months ago, all these people were real gung-ho about it. What happened?
Who the fuck believes this shit? Like, what are we doing?
Nope, I don't believe it for a second.
What are we doing? Like, it's semantics. Yeah, it's...
CNN's Evan Perez and Axios' Alex Eisenstadt, who broke the story on Axios. And Alex, I have to say, I'm with the people that still have questions.
Yeah. I think a lot of people
I kind
are.
of don't buy the nothing to see here, and I don't know that the Justice Department helped their case. They released this video. Let's show it. It shows no one entered the area surrounding Epstein's cell in the hours before he died. But there's something significant about this videotape. What is it?
Well, here's one thing that some people on the internet are picking up on, which is that there is about a minute missing.
And also people say it's not even like the same camera.
58 seconds and 12 a.m.
It's not looking at the same door or something like that.
Or died. And so
the official story is that he died by suicide. That's what then Trump Attorney General Bill Barr said
so we'll
years ago.
Died. And so now there are, it's going to intensify more conspiracy theories about what happened the night of Epstein's death. And of course, you have the DOJ and FBI now, which are trying to extinguish a lot of these conspiracy theories. But that's not happened today online. If you look at the MAGAverse, they're inflamed about this.
Well, I mean,
I wonder fucking why.
Yeah.
Offense to
fucking
Dan
ridiculous.
and Cash Patel and Pam Bondi, but they had a hand in igniting some of these conflagrations. I mean, in February, the White House.
Yeah, they never had that. You did.
They were the ones that hyped it up
so hard about saying that it was going to come out if it wasn't going to come out or you weren't sure about it. So there's
why did they do that?
There are two outcomes that could have happened. Outcome number one is that they didn't actually know what they were talking about and they were just talking shit. Outcome number two is that they're hiding it. Both of them are awful.
Yeah.
House invited these conservative MAGA influencers to get a first look at the declassified documents related to the Epstein case. Look at that, all those binders. They gave them binders that said
that was so
FBI
stupid. Why the fuck did they do that?
And
that was embarrassing.
Apparently, there's only one face.
Wrote that this is something of a self-own for the Justice Department. Why?
It's absolutely a cell phone. It is 100% a cell phone.
It absolutely was. Those binders, those documents in those binders, all of that was public for years.
Yeah, there was nothing new in there at all.
Influencers found out when they opened it up. They're like, wait a minute, all of this stuff has been out there. And the Justice Department could have helped themselves and perhaps reduce the embarrassment if they had just picked up the phone and talked to some of the prosecutors in New York and some of the FBI agents who had done this case, and they could have told them all of this stuff has been out there. But you know why they didn't do that is because they fired all these people, so they didn't have.
I don't know if that's why.
Afterwards too, they could no, that's not it. They did it because it made them look good. I think that's the reason why.
Right. And so, this is something that they have absolutely fanned. And
so I agree with the questioning here. Does this make me a liberal or an independent since I voted for Trump? Can you guys please stop fucking trying to make every decision like. You don't have to label yourself. Sometimes, like, it's just, I really wish that. I wish that they would take the Democrat and the Republican and the Independent and the Green Party and the Libertarian labels off of the voting ballots. So you don't
I wonder how that would
people
change
that
things.
go in there and they just fucking straight ticket vote for a bunch of people.
Oh, I know a lot of people that do that.
So like it's such a bad way to do things.
They don't even know who the person is. They're just like, oh yeah, it's Democrat or yep, it's Republican.
You
check
don't
mark.
have to be a Democrat to see that this is a fuck up.
Yeah, it is.
People are so attached to being completely 100% right or being completely, or the other side being completely 100% wrong. Nothing in life works that way. Literally nothing does.
No.
And so basically, you're living in a lie. Stop trying to live in a lie.
Yeah, Timmy.
Now they own this, and
Living a
that is part
lie.
of the problem here. And they've been struggling with what to do about this, Jake, for some time, because agents spent overnight shifts redacting these documents, and then what they ended up with were pages that were filled with blackout.
Yeah.
They cannot release it because it would re-victimize some of the victims.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Why?
Bullshit.
Why
bullshit.
would it?
There are all the times videos that are found, they're reviewed by crime investigations units. The crimes investigation units look and they identify the people that are in these videos, and then they go out and they find those fucking people. This happens constantly. This is bullshit. You don't have to publish it. You don't have to release the video, but you have to have somebody review the
go
video
after the people that are in the video
or somebody like that and say, oh, I think I know who maybe this person is.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? It's bullshit. It's total bullshit.
I can't believe they're even going with this.
They can take, if you have the entire, like this is, like, let's say this is the frame, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is a person.
Have you seen me? Yeah.
That's all you need to do. You don't need to fucking go and redo everything and publish the whole video. Nobody is asking for this.
No,
Nobody
go after the people that are in the video.
So what they're doing, this is what's happening, is that they are creating this false, it's like a straw man to argue against, where it's like, oh, well, of course we can't release the video. It's child sexual abuse. We don't want you to release the video. We want you to act on the people that were in the videos.
Exactly.
Fucking duh. That's absolutely what it is. How is that possible? Yes, no one is asking for the videos.
Federal law, there's Privacy Act. So
bullshit.
That's
There's
what they
nothing
were
to do with
they
it.
were realizing that they were going to release a bunch of black pages that would have only fanned the conspiracy.
And Alex, a lot of people in the MAGA world are very
really the whole thing. You can't redact the names. Why does everything need to be redacted, and not just the names? Who decides that?
Upset, very disappointed with Attorney General Bondi, very upset with the director and deputy director of the FBI, Cash McKellen.
Yeah, it makes them look like they're full of shit.
Mike Lindell of My Pillow fame.
Bro, if you lost Mike Lindell, this guy went to war for Donald.
He did.
Bro,
yes.
This guy... This is insane.
People hated him for it, too.
Lose him, like, that's wrong.
Maybe
bro.
for good reason, but
turd?
yeah. I think it's unhammered next.
I think that might even be worse.
He did not lose cat turd. I don't know why they said that.
That's really bad. I work in a field where I redact stuff all the time. You absolutely can redact names and info that lead to identifying victims that lead other stuff in. Maybe that's the case, maybe not.
On X, as trusted voices like Bongino, Cash, and Bondi align with the official story, many are asking who's still willing to demand real answers.
Yeah, what
Laura
changed?
Loomer, who I only cite because apparently she has influence with President Trump.
Yes, people fired.
She got National Security Council people fired. She posted, if Attorney General Bondi doesn't get fired over this Epstein memo, people are going to be so black-pilled.
Fucking base.
She's right.
You can't say that you had it on your desk. You can't say that you had the bullets in the chamber and then not fire the gun. Bullshit. Absolutely. And also, why is it that we haven't gone after all of these people that are making these crazy statements online about shooting Trump or burning down Teslas? Like, why are they not talking about that? They're not going after any of these people. It's I don't know what the fuck she's doing, but it certainly doesn't seem like working to me.
They were obviously hoping for a different...
So if she is, she's got a big PR problem.
We still don't know
so
much about this.
You know what's funny about that? Hold on a second.
I don't think the conspiracy theory...
We gotta pause this for a second.
But big picture,
remember,
this is sort of what...
Remember, like after Trump got elected and he got some of these people into there, secretary positions. Pam Bondi was on Fox News literally every single day for like 3 months. I mean, go check it out. Actually, I'll look right now. I'll save us the trouble. Let's ask the AI about that. How many days has Pam Bondi been on the what do you call it? Why do I have a weird background on my X.com? Weird. Got like shooting stars and stuff. It's kind of cool, but why? Anyway, how do I want to phrase this? How many days has Pam Bondi? How many? French. Interviewed on mainstream media since Trump took office. It was a lot. It's like the first 90 days, I think it was every single day. Heavy focus on Bondi's appearance on Fox News. Blah, blah, blah. Several posts on X claim high numbers of Fox News appearances, ranging from 35 to 91 between February 5th and July 9th, for example. These numbers are inconsistent and lack corroboration, etc. Estimating unique days. She was sworn in on February 5th, which up till today is 156 days. Highest claim, 91 appearances in 153 days, suggest frequent interviews, possibly multiple per day. I don't care about per day. No, she was on there pretty much once per day for the first 90 days. Talking all kinds of stuff up like that. 20 to 30 different days since Trump took office. It's more than that. She's given more interviews than that. But yeah, a lot. So I think she just wanted to be on TV. Probably not anymore. She doesn't, but yeah, she was soaking it up. She was soaking up the limelight there for a while, for sure. I don't think she realized the magnitude of what her job was going to be real with you. Either that, or she's really fucking good at her job and she's got all kinds of shit going on in the background she's not talking about, and she's just looking, she's making herself seem like, just kind of a dumb blonde to cover for it. Do I think that's what's going on? No, but we can't eliminate that possibility. But yeah, she fucked up on this one just because of the conflicting stuff that she said. And she hasn't yet admitted that it's conflicting or given any sort of reason why, other than, oh no, I just meant the binder. I didn't mean the actual list on my desk. When she was directly asked that thing, she fucked that up. One way or the other. That was a fuck up, and she should just say so. It's probably too late now, though. Oops. That's some old Asmongold there. Anyway.
What happens when you have the MAGA influencerization of the DOJ and the FBI, right? You put Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, who before going into the FBI were MAGA influencers.
Talking about this stuff.
Yes.
Yeah,
so
going
now
big
they come in and
balls to the walls on that.
This was a
What happened?
massive thing. It was a gigantic thing.
They were going to deliver. And they came up empty-handed, and so there's a lot of anger about that. And the MAGA universe is not happy today.
Because they talked that up really hard.
New information about the accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein and his alleged client list. The Justice Department, well, they're now saying that no evidence or such a list actually existed.
Which is bullshit.
Epstein was murdered. The DOJ saying it does not plan to release any new documents.
I don't think he was murdered.
Today in a memo.
I think he got let go.
There was also no credible evidence found that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals as part of his actions. We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged parties. Joining me now is CNN senior justice correspondent Evan Perez and CNN legal analyst Elliot Williams. Evan,
so you have tens of thousands of videos, but you can't identify a single person in those videos?
Yeah, I don't think so. Again, if that's true, then we can pretty much all commit any kind of crimes we want to because we're never going to get caught.
What are the odds? It's supposedly CP? That's not what I said.
That has nothing to do with it.
Do you really think that nobody has ever looked at that stuff to find out and figure out who the fuck does this?
They do.
I understand this is a very, very dark conversation. But there are absolutely
somebody has to look at it and figure it out. They do.
As a necessary action in order to find the people that did it.
Yeah. We've seen interviews of people that investigate this stuff that are traumatized because of it, so we know that they do that.
Why would they screen record the adult? Why would they screen record it to begin with?
You've reported on this for, I think, years on some level now. Tell us how this memo came to be.
Obviously for blackmail. Duh.
Well, the case
Diddy did the same thing by his own admission, I think.
And other people around President Trump have fanned the flames of this conspiracy that there was some bombshell hidden in these.
At the very least, that's how you keep people quiet.
And everyone has known. Certainly, a lot of the documents that the Justice Department has been looking at. They've been out in public already for years because you remember some of his co-defendants went on trial. After his 2019 suicide. So this is no surprise to anyone who's been paying attention, but for people inside the Justice Department who certainly encourage...
I think people have already been working backwards and come to have already made a conclusion. Yeah. If it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, it looks like a duck. People spend months telling you, boys,
it's a duck.
Something about that animal.
Yeah.
That's a motherfucking duck.
And now they want...
After fucking 3 years, they go, guys, it turns out it was a fucking pelican. Can you believe that?
Yeah, nobody's going to believe that. Even if it is true, nobody's going to believe that.
It was actually a dog. It's a chicken.
This kind of belief out there, they're now having
to Impa's house, okay.
There's really no there, and you see in the memo it says a systematic review.
Somebody says the amount of people who don't care about this are greater than the ones who do. Let's see if this affects his poll numbers.
It will, a little bit at least.
I think that a lot of people view this and this is the issue: is that Donald Trump has been attacked for a lot of things that I think are bullshit. Like, for example, like him. Oh, Donald
What's
Trump
up? Nothing much.
Anti-Semitic slur.
Catching up with the news.
Somebody a
How's it going?
Shylock. That means he hates Jews. Just no. Stop. And there's been so much Donald Trump being a bad guy alarmism that people just reflexively defend him. Because
pretty much
so
same.
much of it is bullshit. This isn't
chilling and
bullshit.
shit.
This is real.
Revealed no incriminating client list. There was also no credible evidence
nothing exciting going on.
Blackmailed prominent individuals as part of his actions, or that he was murdered. Again, all of these things were known It's just that there was a certain part of the internet, and certainly on Twitter, a lot of MAGA believers who...
I hate how he's trying to compartmentalize this onto the internet, which is like, it's partially true. I mean, to be fair, he's kind of right. But I do think that he's trying to downplay it as well. I also think, I'm going to go even farther, that I think that the ownership of these large media companies, it is also in their best interest to cover this in a way that is dismissive. I do. I think it's in their best interest.
No, I didn't see that. Holy shit.
Believe that there was something here that was being...
Everybody all right?
Yeah, and look, the White House, I think on some level, was active participants at some elements of those corners of the internet. What did the White House say about this case earlier today?
Well, today they had to react to the fact that just a couple months ago, the Attorney General on Fox News seemed to indicate that there was a client list sitting on her desk, and now what they're saying, what she's referring to is just that she was looking at the larger number of documents.
Well, she answered the question wrong then.
I mean, it's good that everybody's okay, but it's not good if your house starts on
Somebody
fire.
asked, is there a list? And she says, yeah, it's on my desk. Okay, well then, I wasn't talking about a list? Okay, well then you said the wrong thing.
Damn.
Out there.
It's that simple.
Again, they held an event at the White House where they brought in all the MAGA influencers to look at these binders, which ended up being documents that had been on the internet and had been available publicly.
The house is probably gone, yeah.
Elliot, before I ask you a question, I want to play that sound that Evan was just talking about. Take a listen.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients?
Shit, that's too bad.
Right there.
Glad everybody's all right, though.
Desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I'm reviewing JFK files, MLK files. That's all in the process of being reviewed because that was done at the directive of the president from all of these agencies.
Do they know why it happened?
You said, oh my gosh.
Not yet.
They were in the process of moving?
Elliot used to work for the Justice.
Whoa, but how do you know it? How do you know they have the list if you haven't even seen the list?
Department, an attorney general saying that, and then a memo like this coming into the public sphere.
The file was on her desk? That's not what they said.
It's embarrassing what happened.
It is embarrassing.
Phil. Look, the Attorney General, and this is to Evan's point a moment ago, sort of fanned the flames of these truly bonkers, I won't say the full word, conspiracy theories that have been allowed to infiltrate.
Spectre's going to be there at 9? Okay.
But also the government at the highest levels. There are basic facts here that we ought to accept. Number one, Jeffrey Epstein did really bad things to many people. And number two, Jeffrey Epstein killed himself in prison before he could face trial. Those are facts. That is truth. Any suggestion to the contrary.
Yeah, be interesting to see what happened. Big old hole in the roof. Yeah.
Okay, fine. What about all the other people in the island? What about all that?
Quite frankly, is responsible for allowing some of this nonsense to get out there. Now, thankfully, the Justice Department has put this memorandum out there, but this is just a bad look for the Justice Department. It's actually quite shitty.
Windows look blown out. Yeah, that's what happens.
For DOJ?
In my opinion, this might be unpopular, but I don't think that it's that big of a deal if Jeffrey Epstein killed himself or not. It's
I
not.
do, actually.
Because the real thing is about whether there were other people implicated in this or not. Like, that's basically, like, him killing or not killing himself is an indication of something that's much larger. So it's like, in a way, it's like an indication of that, but it is not that in itself.
To release a memo like this?
It really isn't, Phil, only because...
It's a big deal? Well, it's a big deal for what it means, but not what it is in itself.
That is crazy.
The memorandum is really pushing back
a weird
conspiracy theories. It's not
a weird way to say
explaining why someone wasn't charged with a crime, or explaining why someone was charged with a crime, or explaining the facts of the case. It is merely put out there to debunk some of this nonsense that the Attorney General.
Anything new going on today? I mean,
fan the flames up by handing these.
This is from 2 days ago. Well, basically, I mean, they're just talking about like the whole like Epstein thing. How like Trump's administration said, yeah, we're gonna put out the list, let everybody know what was going on with that, et cetera, and then now for some reason they're like, there's no list, nothing happened, case closed, he didn't kill himself, like all this kind of stuff. It's been a bit controversial. It's kind of, I mean, because of all that, it kind of implies that something is going on. But we'll see, I guess. Such a thing could be used for blackmail in many ways, so that's why people are mad. You're like, what do you mean? You were hyping this up? Like, you're gonna put this out there? You're gonna let the people know? And you're like, dudes, guys, actually, there's nothing there. Probably not. That sounds like bullshit. So people are pissed. So we'll see what happens with that. But, so we're just looking at some of the commentary on that, but this is just kind of going back and forth over that same thing. But yeah, it's kind of a big deal, I guess. Because it sort of implies that somebody's getting blackmailed by somebody in one way or another about this whole situation. And so that kind of erodes the trust in government, because either the government's getting blackmailed and be like, by the way, there's nothing really here because somebody's telling them to shut the fuck up, or, whatever. And if so, who are those somebodies? Because they probably have undue influence on our government, if that's the case. Or, there's people in government that are on the list, or that are just powerful people that don't want to get called out, which I imagine probably column A, column B, all of that stuff, right? So, like, aside from the whole fact of sex trafficking, which the thing is actually about in the first place, there's all these implications that kind of erode confidence in people's mind about the government in a whole lot of ways, and conflicting ways even. So for that reason, yeah, it's something that's been a topic of discussion. I don't know, just watch through this VOD, you'll get basically the gist of it, because I already talked about this and all those particular details in more detail, I guess. So, but yeah, there's reasons why people are pissed. Let's just put it that way. What do I believe? I have no idea, because how the fuck would I know? We need to actually see some evidence and stuff. But yeah, anyways, so it's a thing that's on people's radar. But this is from not yesterday, 2 days ago. But I wonder if there's anything, because, like, yeah, I wonder if there's anything else in this video that talks about anything besides that, because that was the big news of the day that day. So, but yeah, listening to these guys just talk about those details for like 20 minutes is kind of a waste of time. We'll see maybe what the Twitter reaction is to it.
And for then nothing to happen, I think that's really, really fucking sus. That is extremely fucking sus. And I don't know how anybody can say that it's not.
Okay, we'll back that up just a little bit.
but I'm saying that whenever you were as close that Jeffrey Epstein was with Donald Trump for such a long time, and then Trump also made comments, Trump was on his jet, like, let's not act like they were just friends, right? They were, I would say they were pretty close. And for then nothing to happen, I think that's really, really
busy at work.
Sus.
Yeah.
That is extremely fucking sus. And I don't know how anybody can say
that's kind of the name of the game lately.
Yeah, I think
except
so.
for this past week was a little more calm.
Raises questions. Trump said he's going to release the documents when he ran for president, and he forgot he was friends with them for 10 years. Yeah, clearly, right? And I don't know what to say. There's so much circumstantial evidence. At least Trump knew about it. I think it's probable that he knew about it, but I don't think you can necessarily. I don't think
busy already though.
I've seen to be like certain that he knew about it. Yes, the Epstein list is on my desk. There is no Epstein list. Which one is it? I wish we fucking knew. Yeah, I don't know.
Always slow during the forest.
Redditor's final boss?
Is it River Falls days this week?
This shit can't be real, bro.
$75 rooms last night? Holy shit. Yeah, I guess so.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I was not expecting that.
Stars tonight.
I should have been expecting that. I mean, bro, like,
I saw
they got the whole Infinity Gauntlet. The trans flag with Free Palestine with the dog on it.
Oh,
and
God.
also those like fucking
what was that? When I was coming home would have been Tuesday morning as I was driving home, I seen people who were already like staking out their spots on 2nd Street, and I'm like, man, if that isn't this coming weekend, these people are getting a little out of control, because well, it was two weeks ahead of time, but it seemed like a bit much. So yeah, I kind of think so. Oh, actually, yeah, I went downtown to the store earlier today, and I noticed at the city parking lot they had stuff already like getting put up over there. So yeah, that's good, I guess. So yeah, I imagine that's probably why. It'd probably be a full house the whole weekend. Probably shenanigans too. That's gonna suck. You're lucky you don't work Saturday night this week. I'm sure that's gonna be real fun. Should probably put the non-emergency number on fucking speed dial just in case. Might need it. Maple's closed. I know, it's fucking annoying. I hate that. It is what it is, though. You've never really had problems on that weekend? Really? I'm kind of surprised. Is it because people just get shit drunk and they're already in bed early? Because I could see it for that reason. You know, the amateurs that go out and they're gonna like party it up and drink it up, but they start at like noon and they're done at like, you know, fucking 6 p.m. Because I would think that would, you know, that could be a thing. But on the other hand, I think it's more that I just go into it thinking it's going to be an absolute shit show. Yeah, well, yeah, if you expect the worst, then it's probably not going to be as bad as what you have in your mind. So, yeah, that probably has something to do with it, I suppose. For sure. It's good to go in with the right mindset, though, and then just be happy if some bullshit doesn't go on. When I went to work on Monday nights, because I usually, I take Maple down and cross Main and then go on to 2nd Street and then go that way and like go past Holiday and come in like that, right? When I got to the stop sign at the end of 2nd Street, I don't know what that street is right in front of the hotel and Holiday there is. But anyway, like I'm at that stop sign. I can see this Spring. Okay. So then I'm going to turn right onto Spring and then take an immediate left. And like now that it's nice now out, I'll just go park in the gravel lot because it seems like it's easier. Anyway. But yeah, like there's super bright lights in the fucking Holiday parking lot. I'm like, what the fuck is that? I couldn't, like, they were so bright I couldn't even like see anything really. And well, there was like 3 cop cars there, like the 2 like SUV looking ones, and then the pickup truck. And they were, you know, all kind of surrounded some shitty looking car in the fucking Holiday parking lot. Who knows what that was about? They were there for a little while. I did not know that the SUV looking cop cars have like ground effects. They got like ground lighting on them, like flashing blue, or I think there was pretty much just like solid blue, but like on the ground. I'm like, oh shit, man. We must be rolling fat here in River Falls. Yeah, it was lit up. But yeah, like I couldn't believe like those fucking cop cars had like the fuck. Who the fuck are these guys? Who's driving these cars? This isn't fucking Pimp My Ride, motherfucker. But yeah, like they had like, you know, blue lights like on the running boards, the vehicle, like straight pimping. Yeah, exactly. Fucking yeah, exactly. I'd never seen that before. On a cop car? I don't know what the fuck they were doing there, but you know, there was 3 of them. Like I said, 2 of the SUVs and then that white pickup truck. I'm like, okay, I guess I won't go get smokes before work today. Just stay the fuck away from there. And then the next night, Tuesday night, around like, fuck, I don't even know what time it was. I don't know, let's say it was like 2 a.m. Something like that. Pretty much same fucking thing. Not quite in the same place in Holiday parking lot, but same thing. Couple of the SUV vehicles. Again, the one's got the ground effects going. The pickup truck one. Surrounding some vehicle parked in the parking lot there. I'm like, what the fuck? And then the weird thing was, is like, so they were there for a little while, right? I don't know how long they were there before I noticed. I just went to go, like, to make coffee or whatever the fuck it was, and noticed them out the window. And they were there for a while. And then they kind of dispersed. That vehicle that they had, like, I don't know, pulled over or whatever you want to call it, drove off. And then a little bit later, and then the 2 of the squads kind of sat there in the parking lot for a while, parked next to each other, like they were like talking to each other or whatever. And then they fucking sped off. One of them went down Main, and the other one went right through the fucking what do you call it? Right in front of the hotel. Cut through the Cascade, I guess. So I don't know what the fuck that was about. I tried turning on the police scanner, but I couldn't really like make out anything that was going on. By that point, it was probably too late. But there's been some bullshit going on down there the last couple days that I was working anyway. I mean, I'm like, shit, maybe I should watch out. Maybe Maybe they're looking for somebody or something like that. But like the way the cop cars like sped off like that, it's like, whatever's going on here, they ain't done with it yet. Whatever the fuck it was. That was interesting. Yeah, I'm like really curious what the fuck was going on. I almost texted Kyle about it because he's so fucking nosy. He probably knows what it was or heard about it at least. You know what I mean? Like, if anybody would know the whole story without asking the cops themselves, he would fucking know. It wouldn't surprise me if he even knew who had, like, who was about or whatever, right? I mean, he keeps his finger on the pulse of that kind of stuff. So if you want to know that kind of shit, you go ask him. If he doesn't know, then it's probably no big deal. Whatever it is. But yeah. So that was interesting. He's got himself in some hot water with Mark, I guess. Why? Is he not paying his rent or what? I mean, that'd be the only reason, wouldn't it? Oop, not that one. There we go. 28 down. You got a message from Mark yesterday morning asking you to call him? He just doesn't know what to do with Kyle. Well, I think a lot of people are of that opinion. Because, like, he quit working at the table a little while ago. It's like 6 months back. That bad? Really? Holy fuck. That is bad. No, that ain't good at all. Well, no, at some point you gotta be like, all right, this is concerning. I mean, like, if I was in his shoes, well, I mean, like, remember when we took over the Martell house? The people that lived there hadn't paid rent in like fucking 9 months. So he let it go for a while, you know? It's like, I mean, yeah, like, he gets it. Like, shit happens. You should probably keep him in the loop if shit does happen. But it's not like he's going to file a fucking eviction notice if you're 30 days late on your rent. Like, he's going to want to know what's going on. Sure. I mean, why wouldn't you? Well, you know, like, he understands shit happens, of course. But you got shit happen going on for half a year. At some point, you got to start asking some other questions, I suppose, right? I mean, I would. Yeah, he was working for Mark to pay it off last time. Well, you should probably start doing that right now then. I mean, it's fine, if you do that kind of deal. I think that's fine. But yeah. But if he isn't working at the table anymore, is he still working at the Nutty? Because I kind of think he isn't. So if that's the case, then yeah, I don't know what the fuck he's doing. We actually do have the Megaton hammer somewhere. I seen it. There we go. Oh, I got a couple of bottles I didn't even realize I had. How about that? For 2 or more weeks now. Yeah, I kind of thought so. Well, and then he's got nothing but time. Well, I mean, hey, if you can't put a roof over your head, you don't have shit. So you gotta at least make sure you got that figured out, Keep a roof over your head and ideally keep the lights on. If you got that, you can figure out the rest. But if you don't have that, then you're kind of fucked. So, get it worked out one way or another. Yeah, I don't know. And so why isn't he at the Nutty? Because I talked to him. You don't think he likes working for Mark because he thinks Mark is hard on him or gives him a lot of shit? Well, if you're that late on rent, I can understand why. I mean, you do what you got to do. And the whole point is that don't fuck up again so you don't have to do that. Duh. Like, that's the whole point. It's not supposed to be fun. You're already in trouble. That's why you're working for him. So go do your time, and then if you don't like having to do that, then don't do the things that require it in the future. Like, that's fairly simple, isn't it? Both sides are not even close. Well, that means somebody's lying. Whatever it is. I remember why I didn't like having the locks of doors. It's because the only fucking keys that I found for locked doors were to the goddamn mini games. Fuck. Well, I mean, here's the thing with stories, quote unquote stories, is that I've learned this over time. So this isn't, something I've known my entire life, but you kind of learn it. Particularly in the case where like two people are talking about the same thing and they've got wildly different stories. Well, then somebody's lying, just straight up. And I mean, you just know that already. Don't take anything anybody says for fact, because both stories are probably not 100% correct. There's probably some amount of bullshit in there anyways, just because there's no such thing as a reliable witness. Because their own prejudice and biases and motivations come into play, right? So, you just absorb the information and then you pick through it apart yourself and try to make some kind of sense of it. However, some people are less reliable witnesses than others, so to speak. And you know that by experience. So, yeah, if you think you know who's telling the BS, you're probably not wrong. Right? And the worst part is, even with the ones that... Let's put it this way. I was actually thinking of a completely different person than anybody that we're talking about, but a good liar gives you little nuggets of truth, along with whatever else they have to say. Because then you always have doubts about whether they're just bullshitting you 100% or not. Right. Makes the story more believable if you throw a little bit of truth in there. If you just feed somebody 100% BS, most people will detect that. But separating facts from fiction then becomes a difficult. And then at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself whether you really actually give a shit to do that or not. Like, I didn't sign up to be Sherlock Holmes with this motherfucking shit, so I got my own goddamn life going on. But tell me again why this is my problem in the first place? Yeah. So, yeah, it's hard to know. And, like, even the people that aren't feeding you BS, they'll feed you truth, but you will get the bullshit from them too, so. Well, he's trying to reach out to somebody else because he's concerned. And I get why. It's like, man, there's something going on with this dude. Yeah, it's the, oh God, why I gotta be involved? What did I do? Why I gotta be involved in this shit? This is like 100% not my problem. Other than, it's my family. Well, why would you? Like, there's no reason to. You shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to lie. If you have to lie to anybody, you're doing something wrong. Like, pretty much for the most part. There might be, like, some little exceptions to that, but yeah, for the most part, you shouldn't have to. No, he doesn't see that. Because if it was anybody else, he'd have been out on his ass a long time ago, way before he even moved over here, I'm sure. Yeah. And he is. The problem is he gets caught up in too much of his own bullshit, and like he doesn't see it for himself. That's the problem. And most of the problems that he has, he's created for himself. Same thing I would have said about Katie. And did say about Katie. Like, no, this is 100% her fucking... She made her bed. There's nothing that I can do to fix it for her. I'm backing away, and it'll either work out or it won't, because there's literally nothing else I can do about it. You know, like, that's just it. Like, shit. I told her more or less the same at one point. Like, nope, as long as you got this shit going on, like, I'm not talking to you. I don't want to hear about whatever shit you got going on. I don't want to hear about from other people. You don't exist to me as long as you're going to just keep doing this shit. It's not my fucking problem. But the idea was at some point something would click. But I never closed the door. I just said, nope, as long as this stuff's going on, I'm out. I don't want to be a part of any of this shit. If that changes, then that will change. Well, I imagine she understands that quite well and regrets it now, but like that's not what it's not what she was up to at the time. Thankfully, in her case, that seems to have worked out, and knock on wood, hopefully it continues to. That she's, learned her lesson with all of that. And, it seems that's the case, so then, okay. We're good then. If you're going to stop doing dumb shit, then that's fine. Oh, yeah, it's a completely different story now. But I had very little hope for that ever turning around. It's actually amazing that it did, to be honest with you. I mean, I remember well, I guess it was a couple summers ago now. When sometime after we found out she was pregnant, and I said it right from the start, she should just abort it. Her body's so goddamn damaged from the drugs and all that shit, that kid's gonna end up being retarded and fucking everything else. It's gonna be bad. And she showed up at my house one time, whatever summer that was. She wasn't very pregnant yet, but she was pregnant. I told her the same thing. I'm like, I think you should consider exactly that. I think you should seriously consider not having the baby and all that for that reason. I mean, I wasn't mean about it. I was like, it's my sister. I'm a human being. But I let her know what I thought about that. You know, it might have been just because it might have been because it was like River Falls Days or something, and that was why she's in town. I don't know why. I was like sitting out in the backyard, like playing guitar, and like she shows up. I don't remember the specific context for it, but I did. Like, I'm like, this might be a bad idea. This is what I think. She's like, well, I'm trying to get my shit together and I'm going to do it. And I'm like, well, I hope it works out for you. And I mean, not like in a dismissive way, but just like, I hope it does. I'll be here for you if it does. That was about it. I don't know if I ever talked to her again after. It's like, you know, it's not like a confrontational thing at all. I'm just sitting there. It's like, you know, being honest. That's all. Not like attacking her character or anything. Just like, I don't know if this is a good idea, and this is why I think so. I told her that. Like, odds of that kid coming out okay are probably not very good, you know. You might want to rethink that. She said, nope, I'm going to get my shit together and I'm going to do it. And I'm like, well, if so, I'll be here. We're all waiting for that to happen. So if that's what you're going to do, then do it. Well, at least so far it seems like she has. So you know what? I'll give her credit for that. That's exactly what I wanted to see. So at least for her, she had a breakthrough moment. I don't think I probably had nothing to do with what I had to say about it, like because she already made up in her mind what she was going to do, which I disagreed with at the time because I thought it was probably not going to work out. But she's stuck it through and just made it work. I'll give her credit for that, and it ended up being a good idea. Yeah, and you know why? Because she'd been sober for a long time at that point. And that it changes everything for somebody that was in her situation. That was just it. She cared more about that and doing that than she cared about the drugs. And that's a lot. That's a hell of a lot. I'll give her credit for that. Hopefully, she doesn't backpedal, but I haven't seen that happen yet. It seems like she's doing all right and decided, like, yeah, there are better ways to live life, and now she's seen it. So hopefully that continues. I think it probably will for her. That was the whole thing with her. You know, she has such a strong will. You're not going to convince her away from something that she's decided to do. It's like, that's such a good ability if you use it for good instead of evil. You know? It's basically that kind of thing. Yeah, it was like, yeah, I pretty much like considered her dead for a long time. So yes, it was exactly like that. I felt the same way. It was like, oh, yeah, she still is in there somewhere. Might be a bit of a harder go with our brother, though. That's, well. Oh, I think that was a big part of it too. Yeah, definitely. Not being there for Carly's wedding. I'm definitely sure that that had some impact. Probably in the sense of, you're missing out on life. These good things are happening around you and you don't get to be a part of it because of the lifestyle that you've chosen. So far so good as far as that goes. But yeah, I'm sure it did. I'm sure that all of those things together probably, that's, what do you call it? I mean, that's tough love right there. Basically. Like what you're doing is hurting yourself. We don't want to be a part of it because we don't want to see that. We don't want you dragging us down with you. If that's what you want to do to yourself, etc. You have to decide on your own if you want to actually live life. But yeah, I don't know if that'll work on her. I'll be perfectly honest with you. Oh, I don't have the keys to GTG. Damn it. But I don't know. We gave her up as a lost cause, and she eventually pulled out of it and figured it out. Maybe he will too. But I have less hope for him, though. The only tough love for him is probably for him to be locked up for a while. And even then, I'm not sure. I don't even know if like a long-term inpatient treatment would work. Just because of his attitude. Yeah, no, exactly. Well, he's never wrong. Well, that's just it. Well, and the problem is that, yeah, like, I mean, that's not real. Like, nobody is never wrong. So if you go around thinking that you are, just in general, yeah, it's not even about the booze. That just makes that worse. But just generally, if you're the sort of person that thinks that they're never wrong, there isn't a whole lot you can do with that. until you realize that that's not true for anyone. Yeah, like that doesn't work. And then, booze is just dumping gas on a fire. Yeah, I don't know what to do about that. He should go live with Billy. That's what he should do. That might actually be good for him. Because those two are like kind of the same person. Except Billy did learn kind of. Actually, he did. I'm serious. Like, no, I actually think that would be a good idea. Because in a lot of ways, they are exactly the same kind of person. Like, I think that would actually be good. Like, I almost never log into Facebook. I did like a couple of weeks ago. The Billy's not a drunk. He drinks, but he's not drunk. There's a difference. He smokes a lot more weed than he is a drunk. But I seen a couple of weeks ago that now both his mom and his dad are dead. Which that's tough. So I feel bad for him. He knew that was coming and everything, but still, I mean, shit's hard to take. And usually, it was a little longer than that, but it was relatively close, which is what happens a lot of times with married couples that have been married. Was it that close? Yeah, with couples that have been married a long time, when one goes, usually the other one isn't terribly far behind. It's extremely common, especially if they're both like pretty old. I think it made it a little easier for Billy because of that. And also, like, he knew that was coming, like at some point. And yeah, it probably actually is easier if it happens that way. I don't know. It depends. I guess it depends on your perspective of it. But yeah, like, yeah, I don't know, but I would suspect that. Oh yeah, he knew. I mean, like, his mom had been fighting cancer for quite a long time, and he was there with her the whole step of the way. At the same time that the old man's got dementia going on and everything like that. Like, yeah, like, yeah, time to digest all of that. But I mean, I would assume that Billy's living in that house. And I don't think he has to work anymore because his parents had money. Like, he basically took over being caretaker for his parents, which he did, and good for him. He was a good son for doing that, especially since such a pain in the ass as he was when he was a kid, for his parents. A little payback, and he'd tell you that, nope, I was a little fucker as a kid. Like, he took care of him. No, like, exactly. So, like, he's probably living in that big old house all by himself now. Maybe Kyle should go live with him. Yeah, no, he did. He got it. It'd be two peas in the pod. And Billy knows how to cook, so maybe Kyle put on a little weight too. That wouldn't be bad. The more I think about it, the more I think it's a good idea. Like, that'd probably actually be good for both of them. Second. First of all, we gotta be in adult mode, and then you go flat. See? Found the key to the treasure chest game building. I don't want those keys. The difference between Kyle and Katie for me is the things that Kyle says about doing something stupid. And that's never something I've heard from Katie. True. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's quite a big difference. No, it's absolutely not. Nobody wants to hear that. But, I mean, yeah, what do you do with that? Like, fuck. Well, no, because you don't want to put gas on the fire either. So that's a tough situation for everybody then, isn't it? Yeah, same for the same reasons. Actually, I mean, I don't know. I'll sleep on it. But like, the more I think about it, maybe Billy would enjoy your roommates, and maybe that would be a good thing. Yeah, like, I mean, like, how the fuck do you deal with that situation? Like, I don't think it's a dumb idea at all. I think it's actually, the more I think about it, the more I think it's actually kind of a good idea. I kind of think, I actually really do think it is. Like, I don't know. If I wake up tomorrow and think it's stupid, I'll tell you. But I could see that actually having a positive effect. And I can't think of anything else that would. So, there you go. And plus, that's in Minnesota, and it's a lot easier to get help from the state in Minnesota than it is here. So that might be another factor, but you have to actually live there. Oh yeah, but it'll make them do easy shit. Go mow the lawn. Do something with yourself, like, you know, yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Maybe not the dumbest idea. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying, like, something like that might actually be worth a try. Because I haven't made my millions yet, so I can't exactly take care of it myself. Otherwise, I would try to. Oh, didn't make it. I think he probably would. He probably wouldn't say yes right away because he'd probably be a smart person and think about it for a bit, but I could see him going for that. You know what I mean? Like, he'd be like, yeah, let me get back to you on that. But he might actually do it. Especially now. He's been taking care of people for a couple years now. Now he probably doesn't have that. So maybe it'd be good for yeah, exactly. A little project to work on, keep him busy. Because either that or he's probably just gonna get like another dog. Well, think about that. This is a perfect example of why I think this is a good idea. Somehow he probably will put some weight on him. If not, I'd be surprised. Like, remember when he took in that dog Annie, who I think originally, what's her name? Yeah, Rachel. I erased her name from my memory. But I think like Rachel ended up coming across this dog originally at some point, and then she couldn't keep it, so she convinced Billy to take it. And yeah, lucky bastard. Yeah, I know. And this was like kind of a problem dog, right? You know, like it's been abused. It's probably kind of half retarded just because it's injury, etc., etc. Billy ended up with this dog, and he actually put his, effort towards it and loved it up and put time towards it and all that stuff. Like if I'm sure he still has that dog, 'cause I'm sure it's still alive. If that dog went missing or somebody kidnapped it, Billy would choke a bitch. you know what I mean? Oh yeah, he'd be so fucking pissed. But if you think about it like this. So that happened first. And he decides he's gonna, without saying it exactly that way, but like rehabilitate this dog and take care of it, and all this stuff. And that went on for a couple of years, and that's when his parents started having trouble. And he needed some help. So then he went and did, help them with that. That dog might have kind of paved the way for him to like get in the mode to like help out his parents as much as he did. Like he probably would have done it anyway, but you know what I'm saying? Like kind of like nudged him in sort of that direction. Mm-hmm. To think about somebody besides just himself all the time. Or his kids. So it's kind of the same idea. Yeah, like I don't know, like it's kind of a weird idea to, like, hey, maybe you should go live with your big brother Billy over there. But that's actually the first thing that I can think of that might actually like help. They'd keep each other busy and entertained. I'm fairly sure about that. Probably be good for him. I really kind of think so. I know, like, it's not that I gave up. It's just like I don't know what to do. But this seems like a thing that could be like the thing to do. Well, like I said, I think it's a really great idea. Now, I'll sleep on it, and if I still think that in the morning, then I don't know. Then we got to figure out a way to orchestrate that to make that actually happen. Because I don't know if it's a good idea. Then good ideas should be followed through on. Good ideas aren't good if they don't come to fruition, right? You never act on them. So, And the funny, you want to know what the real fucking, okay. I can see how this is going to go. In my mind's eye, okay, so then the obvious question is like, okay, so how do you make this happen? You know what you do? Get Rachel involved. She'll force it to happen. It's funny as that seems. Yeah, just message Rachel, tell her exactly this entire conversation, and then just let her take care of it, because she would probably fucking make it happen. Do you doubt that? Because I don't, actually. I mean, if you do, that's fine. But, like, no, if you made it her business to make that happen, it'd probably fucking happen. And you wouldn't have to do anything else. That's the best part. She'll do it. I mean, like, I don't mean that in a mean way at all either. I mean, like, think about it this way. If you have a family, or say you live on a farm and you've got a family, well, one person in the family is probably going to be pretty good at throwing hay. Somebody else is probably not as good at throwing hay, but they're good at herding the cows. And then you got somebody that's not so good at herding the cows, but he can do a better job of milking them than anybody else in the family. Right? So you use people for their talents in situations where it makes sense to. I mean, if you're playing a video game and you know a boss is susceptible to void damage and nothing else, then you put in your character that does void damage, because anything else isn't going to work as well. So it's kind of the same thing. Because we know Rachel loves to get in everybody's business, so that would be kind of a good use for her, I kind of think. Unless she completely disagrees with it for some reason. But I don't think she would, actually. So it would be good for everybody involved. Kyle and Billy could keep each other occupied and give each other companionship, which would be better for both of them, I think. Just for, where they're at and what they got going on. We know somebody that could probably just brute force make it happen. Then if it does, all three of those people will be happier than they are now. And then a whole lot of other people will be happier too, because then they won't have to worry about either one of those guys. Because they're doing fine now. And they're happy and they're living a good life instead of having, troubles. It is sort of conspiring to make things happen. But, I mean, in life, you either make things happen to you, or you have them happen to you, right? Bitch, sorry, I was taking a piss. bitch got me roped into a rib contest that I absolutely didn't want to do. I thought that was it seemed a little out of character, at least for the time. I'm like, are you really doing that over there? Okay. Well, what happened? Sure shit, I did it, and I ended up getting second. No, like, she could make that happen. If you wanted to do it, that would be the best way. You don't even have to talk to either one of those guys. Just put a bug in her ear. And that'll probably be enough. All right. Anyway. Okay, good talk. I think this was actually pretty productive. Well, let's see what other bullshit is going on the internet today. You tried everything you could do not to do that contest? Yeah, like it seemed weird, but I mean, you know what? If you're locked in, you're locked in. Welp, if you want to have some people get locked in, yeah, but she got you. Exactly. So if you want to get somebody else and get them to do what you want to do, you need a person like her to do that for you. And she will gladly do it. Because then she gets to exercise her skill, which is manipulating people. Manipulating people itself isn't evil. It depends on what you do with it. It's just like anything else. You can use those powers for good. Here's the thing. People that... This is really... Okay, we're going to do a little... I don't know if it's sociology or psychology. Yes, because it could work in our favor for once. Yes, correct. And that's here's how that works. I think we've struck gold with this. Because, like, yeah, a person that can finagle you into doing something that you don't really want to do, you have to admit that person finagled you, right? Now, if you want to finagle somebody else and you're not particularly good at it for yourself, go talk to the person you already know is good at finagling. Right? It's not necessarily a bad thing. We're trying to do a good thing here, right? It might have bad results, but at least the intent was good. So, you know, I think it's all right. People use finagling for evil shit all the time. What's the harm in using it for good every once in a while? I think that makes sense. Oh, it's definitely who you know. It is, and exactly for that reason, because think about it. You can't be good at everything. Maybe you're good at fixing cars, but you don't know shit about a computer. Besides the one that you have to use to work on cars now. You know? If you know how to do everything on a computer, you probably don't know how to frame a house. So make friends with people that have skills that are different than you. And, you know, then you help each other out. That's who you know. I got both of those. Yeah, you and Nate. Exactly, yeah. No, and there's fucking nothing wrong with that. That's just people helping each other out. I have a skill that's, you know, decent enough to help people out. I will use it, especially if they have a skill that I might need. Yeah, that's just how that works. It's barter system, you know? It's just, that's community. You help each other out. Like, think about it. In the Stone Age, when people started figuring out there's fire and you can do stuff with it besides get burnt by it, you know, like cook stuff or whatever, people over time started getting good in particular skills like baking or refining metal, which also requires the use of fire. And then refining metal, you make it into like metal you can do something with. Well, this guy over here is really good at like turning that metal into a knife, which then the baker likes because then they can chop up their ingredients better, and et cetera, and it feeds on itself, right? Yeah, that's neighbors, Fred and Barney. Hey, boy. But no, like, that's how it actually works in real life. I did say Stone Age. I wonder why. It's a good example. Fred figures out how to not get burnt by the fire, and then Barney is like, maybe we can do something with that. Now that we know how to not get burnt by it, maybe there's other uses for it. And then they figured it out. And that's human history in a nutshell, and here we are. We've made great advances from the time we've had that little skit go on to today. But basically the fundamentals of how people get together and make things happen, it's exactly the same. It's not any more complicated than that. The more I think about it and the older I get, maybe too much advances, it just means that people need to catch up and get used to it. Like, the advances are okay. It's just that, you know, you got to have people that are ready for it. And if they aren't, then, you know, you're just going to punt and be in the same place for a while. And then when people are finally ready for it, then you just keep going, right? That's what's always happens. It's not any complicated than that. But, like, no, yeah, it's who you know. Go talk to people. It's super difficult for introverts to do that. I would consider myself probably like 70% introvert and 30% not introvert. I don't like feel like I need to like never leave my house, and I'm not afraid to talk to people. But I don't really like being around people very much. I mean, like, people that I know, that's different. Sometimes I don't even like that, but it's for a completely different reason than I don't want to be around strangers. But for the most part, I don't like being around people very much. But even I have that sort of insight that no, like, you need to network with people, and it's way easy. Whatever you want to do in life, it's way easier to do it if you network with people rather than trying to do it yourself. Trying to do it yourself is the hardest fucking way to do it. So yes, leverage your connections. If you need your vehicle looked at, go take it to Nate. If you need your computer looked at, you take it to me. And so on. Oh, you need some help with some electrical stuff? Go call Jimmy. Like, people you actually know. Or for like car stuff that requires, you know, like the intensive thing, take it down intensive automotive. You got Mark to hire Jimmy? Yeah. Yeah, that's how real life works. Like, stuff doesn't just happen to you usually. Like, you got to get other people involved with your life. Which necessitates dealing with other people, which introverts aren't very good at. So then, the only people you ever want to be around ever for any reason is only people that you know or have a connection with in the first place. Oh, you mentioned earlier on another note, we need to talk about Dustin as well. What's the matter with him? Or did I misunderstand what you typed? I don't know. No, does he? I haven't seen any of those guys in a really long time. The last time I saw Dustin, he was in it might have still been Mo's and Mine, or just very recently Nutty Squirrel, but it was quite a long time ago. He looks the same, but he got kind of fat. That was about it. Yeah. Oh, I mean, there's a reason why I'm friends with Dustin. We hung out quite a bit for a while. It was fun. We drove on the back roads real fast in his car. Like, he never went anywhere if he wasn't going like 85 miles an hour. It was fun. But, like, no, he's not retarded. Yeah, that was a fun time. Like, I mean, he's a smart person. You know, like, he's not just like an average person. Like, he is actually smart. He does actually think about stuff. When were you an asshole? Oh, you mean like back when I was like 15 and Dustin was 16 or whatever it was? Yeah, sure. No, he's smart. He like thinks about stuff. He philosophizes the same way I do. God, that was a long time ago. It was fun. I remember this one time, I don't know what it was. Oh, I do remember what it was. I think it was, Joe. Yeah, he was fun to fuck with too. I forgot about that. Yeah, like I went and, well, this was back in the day, so it was at mom and dad's house to do their 4th of July fireworks thing. They didn't care if we drank. I mean, we weren't going to go anywhere anyways. You just, you know, they lit up the fireworks. We just sat there and like drank beers, you know, camped in the yard or passed out under the picnic table or whatever. Oh. Maybe that was before South Park came out. Maybe that's what he meant. I don't know. Could be. Yeah, it probably was, actually. I was trying to think whatever happened to that. It probably, more than anything, was the fact that I worked. That's about it. Yeah, I had less time to hang out. I still did, but like, you know, like that's probably actually why. I don't know. Or just I moved out of Goodhue maybe at some point. I suppose that was probably both the cutoff. And then, you know, people go their separate ways and that's about it. Pretty much, I guess. Nothing other than that. I mean, you just do what you got to do to go live, right? So. You know, I think about it, and like, yes, it sucks in a way. But I mean, it's not, for one, it's not that old. It's just, it's the point where you start recognizing that you're not young anymore. But it doesn't really matter that much. Those were fun times. Like, I think about that myself. I'm like, okay, maybe this is a spicy topic a little bit. But you know, it's a thing I've noticed. Like, I think, I mean, I've been in several weddings now, and I've been to many more of them for, like, you know, people relatively in our age group. And, well, like, Tim and Karen, that's done. I guess there's, I don't know what's going on with Heinrichs, but that don't look good in the same way. It's not usual that your wife gets an apartment in the city, so that's another married couple with stuff going on, it seems like. You know, so like the odds aren't looking super good right now. It's, you know, as far as that goes. Oh, Nina and Jake, that's another one. Yes. Is that a done deal too? Because it seemed like that was on the horizon a while ago. Yeah, it is. Oh, that's too bad. Like, I would much rather see people like work it out and, just spend the rest of their lives with each other and be relatively happy. But I mean, sometimes that's just never going to happen. But I mean, that's really the ideal that everybody wants, right? You want to get married, to have kids, or if you, are getting remarried, you already have kids, or just like you're just like, no, you just want to get married to somebody you spend the rest of your life with, because that's better than dying alone, At the end of the day, kind of checks out. So every time now, now you just got to start over and find another person that hopefully you can do that with. But yeah, sure, a lot of those that I can think of in that way, I mean, they got married, but they're either completely done, they're on the rocks, or it's not going particularly well. I'm trying to think of somebody that I know that got married that's still married, and it's like they're doing all right. Oh, Joe and Carrie are a perfect example. Thank you. I actually thought that about 2 seconds before you said that. No, that's a good example of exactly what I was talking about. That's the ideal right there. No, you're right. I thought that same thing. You're completely right. It's a great example of what happens when it actually works out. And you know what? They probably had some rough times. But they're still all about it, and good for them. Yeah, no, I really did think that. I was trying to think, do I know anybody that's actually made that work at all? And right before it came up on the screen, I'm like, oh, Joe and Carrie. Yeah, no, it is. That's a great example. Okay. But maybe that was an easy one. Okay. I can't think of one yet. But besides them, who do you know that's gotten married and is going all right? I'm trying to think. You saved their marriage? Yeah, well, probably because Joe needed to calm down a little bit. Because he was probably tar bending at the time. Well, it doesn't matter. What matters is that things are good now. If she said that you helped them get there, then you did. The details really aren't that important. Oh, Carly and Alex are pretty good. You're right. I don't know why I didn't even think of that. And that's a good example of people that are a lot younger that are, yeah, they're making it happen. Good for them. No, like in the good way. Not like, oh, good for you. No, I mean literally good. Glad to see it. Couldn't be more proud. Yeah, that's a very good example. And you know what? They're going to be fine. I've never worried about them for a second. I'm not saying I'm the best judge of character, but I think they're going to be all right. It'd be so cute if they had a girl. Just to throw off the dynamic a little bit, you know? No, he's a good guy. And I mean, like, they were dating in college. We were there for their graduation ceremonies. They were both there. So were we. Although I don't really think we knew much about Alex at the time, but he was there. Because he was in the same field as her. I think so. Yeah, I think so too. Yep. Yeah. No, he's a good dude. Good. That's the ideal. You want your sister hooking up with a dude that is, you know, not fucking crazy, because you don't really want to have to go beat his ass. So it would be a lot better if he just was like a normal person that's a good person that you want to see your sister be with. Yeah. Or your daughter, for that matter. You know, same thing. Yep. Yep, that was there too for that. And it was Casey's birthday. I remember that. I think I still have the, you know, like flyer or program you get when you go in to like a graduation. They give you like the, you know, program of events and people's names and shit that's going on and all that. I purposely kept that. I was living on Main Street then in the apartments, and I had that like on the top of my computer desk the whole time I lived there. It's in a box somewhere, but I still have that. Just, I was there, you know, just something to remind me about it. Or like the invitations Carly sent out for their wedding. Oh, hey, I shed a tear for sure when they called her name and she walked down the aisle. You fucking right, I did. Hey, and you know what? Here's the thing. She put in the work to make it happen. She absolutely deserved it. She earned it. And, you know, she's continued on even since then. So that's pretty good. Seems like she has a good head on her shoulders. So I also trust it just from the fact that if that's who she's picked to be her man, and he seems like a good guy, by all accounts anyways, and by virtue of the fact that she decided that's who she, like, she knows what she's doing. Like, she's fine. It'll be fine. Yes. She is living as... I wonder if she knows this. She probably does. Yeah, like, in some way. But, like, she's living as close to the American dream as somebody that grew up in our family could have. Like, yeah, I mean, you still have shit you have to deal with and all that, I'm sure. But, like, she has elevated her position in life compared to what she came from. Let's put it that way. And good. And she made it happen. And she had a baby. So they, yeah, you're right. They got the boy. Now they just get the girl, and then you can be done. You don't have to have any more kids than 2, unless you want to. But just once you got 1 of each, I mean, you should be good. But there's a whole bunch of poor old dads out there that have 4 girls. And then finally, on the last try, you finally got a son. So, I mean, at some point, if you don't get 1 of each, you just kind of have to cut it off, right? Poor old dad. If he's got 4 daughters and a wife, I can guarantee you that he has built his own outhouse somewhere on the back 40. Just to have a little peace, and the girls can have their bathroom. You just never want to go in there anyway. Because otherwise you're going to be waiting your turn forever. And I mean, you know, when you got to go, right? So, let's see. Do I have the boss soul for King of Dongo? I do not. But there are a few more checks. I was looking at the... what do you call it? The... development code for the PC ports of Ocarina of Time. It is still ongoing. There's always bugs to fix or fun little things you can put in the randomizer, etc. And it's been a while since I looked. I think this build is probably from spring of this year. Probably from March. Besides my own edits to add in stuff that's not already in the code base. Like being able to push a button and switch from being adult to being a kid. Like that. That's me. And then in the Majora's Mask PC port, I'm responsible for the code that let you hookshot anywhere. Any new mods? Well, okay, so yeah, so that's what I was looking at. So I looked today, earlier, about, okay, have there been any different things for like the randomizer or just at all, any changes? And let's see, well, actually, let's look at that. Because I looked at this earlier today. It was literally actually earlier today, and I probably hadn't looked at it in, whatever that is, 3-4 months. And I just had the idea to do it because it's my day off, but I have time. So, well, let's see if there's anything interesting going on with that. Let's see. One second, sorry. I'm trying to find the right browser window. Not that one. Probably this one. How would I phrase it? I don't know. Might have to come back to that, I guess. So, do we have any other huge drama besides the Epstein thing? Because I think I said all I had to say about it. But like, for the new mods. Sorry, I forgot what I was doing for a second. Okay, yeah. Let me find it. Okay, so that's where we were. Ship. Oh, it might not show up here very well because it's the other accounts. Okay, hold on. Okay, well, we will ask the questions. Yeah, why won't my pause button on my headset work for Twitch videos all of a sudden? I still don't know the answer to that. I'll have to look into that deeper later. Ship. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Okay. So their last official release was on April 15th, but kind of checks out when probably the last time I looked at the code. But that's for their official release. They've been working on the code. Marijuana does affect memory, and you're completely right. You're right to call me out on it. I completely forgot what I was doing for a minute, but then I figured it out. Come on, I did figure it out. But like, yeah, so there's been different submissions to get into the next build, right? So that's pull requests here. That's what that means. It's like pull my code into the code base for this and make it a thing. Which when I was scrolling down through like the most recent ones at the top, right? And then you go down of suggestions people have, right? Oh, first of all, like there is the thing with like the multiplayer thing where you can like control the fairy. I know nothing about that, but I guess it exists. So that's pretty good. I have also never done boss rush either. At all. Like I've never even gone into that game mode, not once. Not for any particular reason. Just I didn't do it, that's all. And most of these that are relatively recent, this was 3 weeks ago already, right? And it's just like something that fixes the font size in one of the menus or something, right? So that's the kind of stuff. Like it's everything, you know, that has to do with the programming of making the thing work. All of that stuff. But then you go back a little further, and then you run into stuff like, we're not quite there. Oh, shuffle climb. You know how you have, there is an option in the randomizer, at least on mine, to shuffle the ability to swim at all, which in the PC port means that you have to get the bronze scale, which doesn't otherwise exist, to gain the ability to not drown at all. Yeah, exactly, right? Okay. So that's the basic idea of you have to earn the ability to swim, and then you've got the, you know, diving abilities and shit after that. Well, this is sort of the same thing, but it's for climbing. I read through this earlier. Basically, you have to earn the ability to, like, climb. And, you know, there's a difference between jumping up to the same rock or whatever and pulling yourself up versus climbing a ladder. Those are two different kinds of climbing, right? So this is just the fact that you can't climb at all, any of those things, if you don't have like the first step of it. But then you can break that out into, okay, well, you can climb ladders, but you can't do what do you call it? Reach up for the ledge jump and then pull yourself up. These are two different things. So, sure, absolutely would. And if you can get the randomizer logic to work for that, then yeah, that'd be cool. So that's apparently what this is supposed to do, is that. And then the rest of the stuff down here is, you know, changes that they've made to the code to improve it if it wasn't perfect the first time, which it's never is. But then you document your changes, etc. That's how you make progress, and it works. So, okay, shuffle the ability to climb at all, basically, more or less in the same way we know about how swimming works if you decide to do that. Let's see what else. Shuffle crawl. The ability to crawl into the little hidey holes in some certain places. Well, you have to learn that ability too. You can't get there unless you have the ability to crawl. There are a few places like that that you would never be able to get to if you didn't have that. Same sort of idea. Just the ability to do that all. And then we've got Roxanity. Do you know what Roxanity is? Exactly what you think. All of the rocks and boulders are checks. See how in the graphic here, these ones are green? That means he checked them already, I think. And then the one in the middle is the one that he didn't. Same thing as like the bushes. It's just rocks instead of bushes. And it's not just the little rocks, it's also the boulders too, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so like picking up and destroying them, that's an actual check. It's not just, garbage rupees or whatever random shit you would get from doing that. There might be an actual check behind it. Or, Triforce piece or something. So you have to check it. Okay, so they got that for rocks. Which I talked about this a little while ago. It'd be fucked up if they did that for just like literally everything in the game. Like rocks. Or trees. I remember having that conversation. Okay, so we got rocks apparently. As a suggestion, so they submit the idea and then the code to change, but it's not accepted so far. What else? I'm pretty sure, unless it completely disappeared. But yes, they have this for trees too. Someplace in the suggested changes that haven't made it into the official version just yet. Yeah, tree sanity right here. And it means exactly what you think it does. All of the trees. So I guess in that sense, yes, but they are not like part of the official build yet. I could probably pull those in and cook up my own build that does have that, but I'm not going to do it right now. But yeah, so rock sanity and tree sanity, that's on the horizon. Yeah, Roxanity's right there. NPC souls. You know how that, like, there's boss souls? So, like, the boss just won't be there unless you have the soul, right? They have that for just, like, all the other characters. Like the people that are, say, dancing in the fucking market square or the market bazaar salesman. Like, you have souls for them, so if you haven't collected it, then they won't spawn. Same way with boss souls. If you don't have the boss soul, it won't spawn. And so you can't interact with the other characters or the NPCs, non-playable characters. You can't interact with them because they won't exist unless you have collected their soul. So that's another one. I forgot about that completely, actually. I was just thinking about rock sanity and tree sanity. Yes. So those are things. Maybe if I feel like it's, I'll make a build and pull those ideas in and see what it looks like. But yeah. So yeah. What's the point of that? Just more places for checks, I suppose. And it gets you to interact with stuff in the game that otherwise you wouldn't do. So it gives you more stuff to do just at all, I guess. Just the same way like the like in the what do you call it? In the build that we're doing right now, it's got the keys that you need for the overworld's doors. It's the same thing. It's something to go find to work towards progress. So, yeah, pretty much for that reason, I think. Oh, we didn't even fight this guy yet. Get out of here. Okay, so we went in there and did that. We don't have the boss soul for King Dodongo. So we're just doing this for the few checks we might get. And the Song of Storm, or Song of Time, apparently. Wish it was Song of Storms, because I think that's the only one that we don't have. Five first beast, 16 to go. All right. And we've got one more check. And then that's about it for this place. It is a lot tougher to do with all the overworld keys, though, I will say. Because there's stuff that you just can't do at all then. You can't go there, you can't get there. Whatever. There's nothing here. Do we have any teleports that can get out of here? There we go. We can go there. We'll get a few checks out of that, I think.
Everything, yeah, this is some crazy ass schizo shit, man. Oh,
crazy ass schizo shit. What?
And I went
on
yeah, about? I guess so. Ain't nobody fucking with that guy. I don't know if it's a guy or a girl or a dog. I don't know what the fuck it is, but it's a crazy ass person. I'll tell you that. And oh my god, this lady knows what's up. I'm on a writing. What is this?
Analyzing complex morality is incredibly rewarding. It's also impossible if the only way you can understand morality is with feelings. Moreover, these days, the emotions of people in general, and writers in particular, have become more and more oversensitive. These sensitive emotions are then used to dictate morality in the construction of heroes.
This is true. I think that a lot of people make decisions based off of how they feel and not what's smart and, like, logical to do.
Oh, yeah.
That's true.
Probably most people most of the time.
Feelings decide what they do rather than actions.
Yeah, I would think
like
so.
Thinking.
Not at all surprising that most characters these days are just amoral blobs, despite the fact that they're very often not meant to be. Most writers will tell you that they have a right or an obligation to put their own moral opinions into their works, and that's, true.
Sure, fine. But that doesn't mean it's a good idea for money reasons.
However, on top of emotions, you also have...
Exactly. And you see this with politics all the time. It's constant with politics.
The unfortunate reality that a lot of writers like to inject current year's social issues into their hero's character, making him
That's what really, I think, alienates people the most, is that, like, in Lord of the Rings, like, 50 years from now, 200 years from now, Lord of the Rings will still be relevant as a story. And 50 years from now or 100 years from now, one of those, like, bullshit, like, woke, issue about, like, gender identity or something like that, that's not really going to be the same type of thing. People are not going to give a shit.
Or a little more than a megaphone for what really amounts to...
Or the addition of a character that's basically meant to be a stand-in for Donald Trump.
Little more than a rundown of the highlights of their Twitter feed. This is closely related to characters who are self-inserts. The danger of putting yourself into your hero is that you will be less inclined to give that hero flaws, and therefore a development arc, and you will be extremely sensitive to criticism. Emotionally, you and that character are one, making any critique
and you see that happen with a lot of video games, like Dragon Age the Veilguard. Is that they put themselves into the game, and then nobody wants to criticize the characters because the characters become their identity.
Built character a critique of your personal self. This prevents growth as a writer and makes for characters that are difficult for anyone to enjoy or relate to other than yourself. There's also no getting around the politics of it all. And this is more of a problem with large corporate media than with those of you writing your own stories in your free time. An interesting piece of information that might be good to remember when you watch your next movie or Netflix show, it isn't just the ideology of the writers that informs the morality of the characters and the universe in which the story takes place. These writers also have to be obedient to corporate overlords. So will bend the morality of their
Is he playing this video at like 1.5 speed, or does this lady just talk that fast all the time?
Too edgy, or it's going to get people upset. That's definitely true.
This is in the case of the animated Dungeons and Dragons kids show from the 1980s. Developer Mark Evanier recounted on his blog how so-called parents groups tended to dictate the content of a lot of children's television. These parents groups, he explains, are rarely comprised of parents and have zero parental interest in what they're doing. That is to say, they don't care about kids, but agendas.
Nah, bro, they're just trying to get people to believe some kind of bullshit. It's an agenda, absolutely.
And ideologies. As he said, consultants were brought in, and we, the folks who were writing cartoons, were ordered to include certain pro-social morals in our shows. At the time, the dominant pro-social moral was as follows. The group is always right, the complainer is always wrong.
What?
That's a great thing to teach kids.
No, it's not at all.
Yeah.
That's really bad.
If this tweet has more likes than the other tweet, well, I guess that's the right way to do things. That's the right way to live your life.
As such, this entity formed to include the much-hated character Eric as the antisocial and therefore anti-moral character. When the rest of the gang would decide to do something, Eric had to pipe up with, hang on, I don't think that's a good idea. Whereupon he would be crushed like the little annoying, pathetic coward that the show's moral landscape insisted that he was, explicitly presenting a morality in which the thing that made Eric bad was that he disagreed with the group. Thus, on-screen morality in this case was shaped and formed not by reason and logic,
disagreeing with the group is bad. Go kill yourself.
This video's kind of short,
I don't think you should tell kids that.
But this is also another really big component. Most people's morality is shaped not by anything other than consensus. Their opinion is what most people think.
Well, sure.
That's it. They are herd animals, and also
to a
this
degree,
is not always a bad thing. Not everybody has to be a maverick. Not everybody has to be a frontiersman of ideology. Some people just want to go along with their life, and they don't have strong opinions about this.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck. They're just living their lives. They're not thinking about that shit.
There are people that aren't like that.
To put forward a specific moral agenda that the makers, the so-called parent groups,
and it's okay,
wanted to project out into the world.
It's completely fine that they don't give a shit about that. They're just living their lives. They're not bothering anybody.
Was depicted as annoying and hated in order to fit this moral image, which is all a very fancy way of saying that corporate media companies and their controlling forces often use the stories they tell to attempt to shape and form the morality of their audience. That's not new information, and I think it's pretty clear to anyone that that type of thing is widespread these days. Just pick your ideology.
It's very true, and I think that's really what it is. It's people base their morality over what makes them feel good and what the majority of people believe. And I think also, like, basing morality off of, again, current day social issues is a lot harder to make a story that resonates, especially with a culture that's outside of your own. So, for example, if you look at a story like, I don't know, like Wukong or something cool like that, Thor or any other mythological story like Hercules, like this is a story that's just badass on a baseline, right? Because it doesn't exist inside of the culture. It exists outside of that culture. And I think that's also the reason, the best example of that is Dragon Ball Z. Dragon Ball Z, Goku is the pinnacle of masculinity. I think so, right? You have like the actual real good masculine role models. Goku,
Aragorn, finally.
Mr. Rogers.
Hey,
maybe like
Bob Ross.
Maybe Vegeta. I don't know about Vegeta. Vegeta best character. Well, either way, I think that Goku is. Vegeta killed tons of people. Like, remember, like they were having that tournament.
No, really,
killed a bunch of people.
Like he should actually. Like, if he's gonna put Mr. Rogers on that same list, Bob Ross would also be there too.
And so anyway, Cell,
for real.
and the Cell. Remember the Cell saga?
I'm serious. I'm not even joking.
And Ned Stark. There's another one. Yeah, Ned Stark's another great example. And so there are these good examples of masculinity, and these things transcend cultural boundaries, right? And I think that that's one of the things that a lot of these stories don't do, because again, people are introducing their own morality through how they feel about something, not necessarily what the right decision is.
Oh yeah, there's a big difference between what you feel about something is and what the right decision is. We all know that. And then you have to decide with which one you're going to go with. Moo. That's just what happens. She kind of looks like Scully from the X-Files. I just noticed that. Anyway.
And I think that's probably the best way to say it. People don't do what they don't do necessarily what they want to do or anything. They just simply do what feels good. And what feels good matters more than anything else.
Or whatever the social pressure is.
But it's still very common. And Vegeta also grew into a different person. No, they're different, but I agree. Vegeta changed a lot. Well, Vegeta, like, you look at Game of Thrones, right? Vegeta is somebody like Jaime Lannister.
I don't know about those guys. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. Like, Bob Ross was like a military sergeant. In like, I'm pretty sure it was like the Vietnam era, right? So, like, that's the reason, like, he talks all chill and quiet while he's making his paintings. It's because he had to yell at people for like 20 years during his stint in the military, right? Oh yeah. No, like he was like, you know, in fucking Full Metal Jacket, the drill sergeants. Yeah, like he was one of those guys, like, for real. And then, like, whenever he got out, I think it was after a long time. He was stationed in Alaska for a while, so that's when he like started to like learn how to paint, right? Because there's not really much going on in Alaska. But yeah, so that's why. And then so after that, he's like, I put in my time yelling at people. I'm not fucking raising my voice anymore. Fuck you. I'm a chill. And that's what he did. Like, for real. Like, in a nutshell, that's pretty much the story. So, somebody like that, I think, is peak masculinity right there. That's about as much, like, that's a man's man. And what does he do? He paints little fluffy little clouds. It sounds like some pussy little shit, but not if you know how he got there, it ain't. Big difference. So there you go. Yeah, like, that flashed in my mind, I forgot about it, and then I remembered it, so all is right with the world.
Whereas Goku is somebody like Ned Stark. And so obviously one of them, like, Jaime Lannister is a more compelling and interesting character, but Ned Stark is definitely the pinnacle, like, you know, lawful good character. And so that's it. Anyway, let's go back over. I'll look at a few more of these. And new meme format just dropped. What's this? This just looks like some bullshit. And he's a man of culture. I see Italian jockey of Duramente, Micro DeMuro, took home the Uma Masume version of his horse. Oh my fucking God.
Yeah, I don't know what that's all about.
This game is getting so popular, and it's so ridiculous. I love it. I really do. I think this is an amazing time. And then he fucked. I don't know about that. And what's this here? You can
See,
stop
the thing
trolley
is
at any
that we
time,
don't
but doing
have
so would disrupt the trolley service,
whole lot
causing
of
the company to lose profits.
keys
And I do
for
think
the
that, like, also, this is another really big component to it that matters, is that a lot of morality that's dictated through popular media is done through the lens of, like, a corporate viewpoint. Or it's created in a way that's like a fake opposition to like corporate interests, but it's actually not at all. It's completely in line with corporate interests. So yeah. The trolley must go on. Exactly. Think of the poor shareholders. Yep. The analogy of capitalism. Well, I mean, I'm a big fan of capitalism. I think capitalism is a great thing, but as with any system, you need to have regulations and controls and checks and balances. Like unregulated anything is bad. Like unregulated growth is fucking cancer. Unregulated water is drowning. Unregulated oxygen, I think, what was that, can't like set you on fire or something. So there's nothing that, you know, if you just have an infinite amount of it and it just keeps accelerating, there's going to be no problems. No, it's just how it is. And so, yeah, unregulated power, yes. And strawman opposition, exactly. Unregulated AI, well, I mean, there's some interesting things about that too. I stop right next to you at Costco. What do? Tell you to stop filming strangers and get reactions on social media to validate yourself. People are not accessories for you to use on social media. In my opinion, they need to take her Costco card away.
What did she do?
I am so sick of these girls going into public spaces making content that is meant for sexual gratification with random bystanders in the background that don't realize that they're being used for goon material. I think that is fucking weird.
Yeah,
and also
if that's really what's going on, that is weird.
Where minors are at.
And you're filming
it's so
OnlyFans content at fucking Walmart.
Like, what would I charge these people with?
Or CVS,
exposure, basically, right?
No, you shouldn't be able to do
on
that.
The registry, exactly. Yes, and I wish that this was a law that if you are filming in a public space and you have any other person appear in that video, anybody, you could be on the sex offender registry on like maybe a lesser level. I think it is a problem that just keeps getting worse and worse and worse.
Well, I mean,
it's
look,
public indecency or something like that. Nah, dude, on some sort of watch list or something like that. Yeah, you need permission. There are no levels though. Well, I don't know. Maybe the list isn't.
If you are filming content in public that you publish behind a paywall, then you need the consent of every person that appears in the video to even do that. Because that's what it is. So, I mean, it's one thing if you put it out in the public for free, but like something with OnlyFans, the whole point of it is that, you know, people film content of themselves, in particular in OnlyFans. It's usually in a sexually explicit nature in at least some capacity. And, you know, it is what it is, right? But, yeah, like, if you're using it for that sort of thing, where it would be different if you just publicly posted whatever content you had filmed other people with, like on Facebook or YouTube or Twitter, and just put the video out there. But the fact that you're uploading the video, but you want somebody to pay $5 a month to see it, that's kind of a different dynamic, right? So, like, if that's what you're doing, then you should have to have the permission and financial consideration for anybody else in the video. Otherwise, you can't post it. I think that would make sense.
A good idea. But there needs to be a degree of like heavy accountability for this, because I think, and also here's another real reason. It's fucking disgusting. It's fucking disgusting that you have these girls that are going and doing stuff like this at the gym or at Costco or wherever, and they're making content for people to jack off to with random fucking customers in the background. It's gross.
No, fuck that.
What the fuck is this?
If that's what you're doing, those random customers in the background need to get paid.
I'm a sex work guy, but you know
or
what?
You're getting sued.
I'm not pro sex work at Costco. Okay.
That's just where the line is on that. I think
putting them together isn't.
Yes.
That's it. I don't know, guys.
Oh.
That's just how I feel about it. So, Connie, I don't care about it doesn't matter, right? The point is still the same. What is this?
I got him.
This is the game that will end woke once and for all. Oh God, what's this? Oh my God.
What's this game?
Why did this happen?
What's this called?
Like, I don't. Why did that? Is this like some kind of like level up or something like that? I'm vaguely curious to see how the rest of this game is.
Yeah.
So am I. But I'm not vaguely curious. I'm intensely curious.
Yes.
The Horizon Walker. There's an uncensored and a censored version of this game. Huh.
Oh God.
Yeah, maybe we should look at this. It's a physics game. I guess so, right? So I go with my kids on a trip. I make a vlog on my phone, and some random guy appears in my videos. That makes me a sex offender.
Oh.
Is that what I said?
No.
Is that what I said?
Whoa, somebody's getting in trouble.
No, it's okay. It's okay. We're gonna get through this.
No, I don't know.
All right. No, is it what I said or not?
I don't need the fucking rupees, damn it.
No, I'm just curious because, you know, like I don't know why. What is it?
Oh, man.
Uh-oh.
205.
It looks like there's no response. What do you guys think? Should we ban him?
Yeah, ban him.
I'm fine talking about extreme filming in public. At some level, it would be fine. You can't even answer my question. I said if you're filming content for sexual gratification. I said that explicitly. And you didn't listen to that part, and then you created a narrative that's ridiculous. You need to listen.
You need to listen.
That's it. Yeah, bro. Like, I'm not going to go like, yeah, fuck that. Absolutely not. I never said that. He's dense? Yeah, of course. Rationalizing, leading answer? Yes, clearly. If Epstein had only known that there were no evidence, no list, and no further prosecutions, he would have not had to suicide himself. Yes, exactly. That's a good point. Why would he kill himself if he knew all the evidence was destroyed? And yeah.
Well, I mean,
what is this?
It could have been destroyed and he didn't know it. Just nobody told him.
Yeah, read it again. I don't know what to say. Let's see here. Trending photos of Zimbabwe's women's team raises concerns. What is this?
Okay, what do we have here? Trending photos of Zimbabwe's women's team raise concerns. Let's see the photos.
I don't think I have the hook shots.
So what's the concern then?
And I do have a bow now, too.
Next.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm so confused. What's going on?
Nobody knows.
Brother, I've been wondering that for the last 10 years.
Yeah, nobody knows.
I think that's where we're all at. Yeah, we've been wondering that for a while. What the fuck is going on? That's a great question.
Yeah.
Amazing question. Oh my fucking god. This is insane. And yeah, there it is. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, OG, by the way, the Algeria boxer was proven to not be female. That was never the argument. Let me see if I can find it. How is the horse game peaking every day? Let me explain the reason why the horse game is peaking. So a lot of people don't understand why is Una Masume, why is it popping off? So the reason why this game is very popular is very simple. It has a ridiculous premise. The gameplay is pretty much non-existent, so you don't have to be good at the game to play it. Number 3 is that it's like people have been betting.
Oh, wait. People
have been betting on animals competing with each other for as long as people have been people. Okay, like there's cockfighting, horse racing, fucking I don't know, like a dog pageants, everything.
Dog
and so
pageants.
This has always been a thing, and it's a universal reality that everybody gets into. Yeah, dog races, exactly. Turtles. I don't know about turtles.
Turtles?
Like birds. Yeah, rabbits.
Yeah, having turtle races. It's gonna take all day.
All of the girls being cute does matter. I think this is a very, very important thing, and so I think this is it's a huge component. But also, it's because the game is actually pretty decent. It's a pretty decent roguelite game, and people can enjoy it and play it for themselves. And also, it goes to show that like adding in really cute girls into a video game is like a cheat code. It is. And everybody wants to act like, oh no, that's not a big reason.
Yeah, it is. What do you mean?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's a big fucking reason. It's a huge fucking reason. It's massive.
Yeah,
so
everybody
yes,
knows
100 fucking % you're gonna have people
nobody
talking
wants to
about
say
this
it
and liking it for that reason. Okay, so yeah, gacha games, and it's a gacha game too. And look at other gacha games, like if you look at Wuthering Waves. How's Wuthering Waves doing? I'm gonna tell you guys something that you might not like to hear. Gacha is normalized.
No, it's
That's
not.
Right. And before you say that, look at FIFA's Ultimate Team. Think about that.
I don't think FIFA is normalized.
It's going well.
If you buy FIFA
yes, right.
for a video game at all,
Genshin
you are not to be trusted. There's something wrong with you. So
it broke it, and now you've got tons of people playing gacha games, and it's normalized it. They broke into the West, and the market is there. So now gacha games can be commercially viable in Western audiences in a complete way. And I think also, again, the ridiculousness of this game is part of the reason why it's very exciting and people like it. I do think this game is going to have like kind of flash popularity where it's not going to be super popular forever, but it's going to be popular for a while, and then people are going to kind of lose interest on it because like a lot of its popularity is built off of its novelty. But that being said,
yeah, it's just a thing that's going on right now, so people will fuck around with it for a while.
Like Schedule 1.
Then it'll die down.
Schedule 1's another great example of this. So Schedule 1 is still getting 28,000 players on a regular basis. Now, is it as popular as it used to be? No, it's not. But it's still huge. And then you also look at, here's another great example, is Pow Whirl. If you look at Pow Whirl, you've got a huge amount of people right here that played it, and then the game fell off because obviously like the premise for it, people played through it, and that's pretty much about it. And I think this is what happens for a lot of games. It's still popping off. Yes, it still has 85,000 people playing Pow Whirl. That's massive. And so yeah, solid numbers.
I'm kind of surprised by that.
Has generated substantial revenue and exceeding $2.4 billion since its initial release in February 2021. Yeah, and it's going to keep going higher because you've got a lot of American players now that are doing it too. Gacha games are helped enormously by the garbage games that most AAA studios make. Well, here's the thing. Do you want to play a game where you collect cute anime girls, or do you want to play a game where you collect androgynous fat women? I wonder.
One of those seems better than the other.
It's so simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there it is. And I don't know what to say. It depends on the game. Yeah, I guess if you're playing something like Angry Birds, where like you need like a large force in order to like break down like a wall, maybe you're right. But like in a general sense, I think most people would go on the side of the anime girls, right? And yeah, maybe that like a Kool-Aid Man game, something like that. One's embarrassing to play. The other one brings shame to your family if you get caught playing. Yes, definitely. And you're single-handedly helping ruin gaming. You're mad because I'm talking about this. So I'll bring this guy up because I think this is kind of funny. So what's he saying here? You're too old to play Gooner games, bro. Your reason why people play trash games, you give it attention like all the horse games. I'm gonna keep doing it. I wasn't gonna keep doing it, but now I'm going to keep doing it.
Yep.
Also, by the way, you're so stupid you don't even realize the fact that FIFA has been doing this for years and it's a Western game. So don't go and act like I'm ruining video games. Look at EA. Look at all of the Western companies doing the exact same thing. How is this my fucking fault? I don't understand this at all. I'm being scapegoated again. The banhammer's at the ass, bro. Like, I don't know what people are thinking. I don't know what they're thinking talking shit like that, bro. Like, they're going out of their fucking mind. And so anyway, let me look at a few more of these and take a look at it. Just it's just bringing attention to it. Yeah, if people like the game, they're gonna play it. Also, I don't care if like people say that I'm like making gaming worse because I think something's funny. That's just too bad. Okay, like, content is my main goal. All right, more than anything else. Pirate Software 20 years experience is also a lie. What is this? Coding Jesus?
He's not old enough to have 20 years experience.
Oh my god.
Calm down.
Oh my god, another one? Jesus. How are there so many videos about this? Bro, like, people are getting that. Like, watch it, please. Well, Pirate, I almost feel bad for Pirate Software. Like, if I look at this.
No. Fuck.
Where is it? Oh.
Can I get back up there?
Oh. There it is.
Ooh.
He's been losing. Look at these amount of followers. He's been losing 5,000, 4,000, 4,000, 5,000 followers a day.
Ooh.
Like, this drama is like really negatively affecting it. It's brutal, man. People are really, really mad.
Yeah.
And, it's unhinged. Yes. Like, look at this. Like, negative 400 an hour. Oh my god. And so, yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, as I said, I think that, like, again, like, I've learned this myself. You just can't, even if you think that you're right, sometimes you just have to move on. Sometimes you just have to move past things. You're not going to convince people that you're right.
Change the subject
and your point of view.
Yeah,
it's just never going to happen. 20
Call
years
her
ago,
a
guy
day.
can't code for shit. And didn't he work CS? He worked customer service. I don't think he was coding World of Warcraft, right? I mean, that's it. And so, yeah. It's crazy how Pirate's getting all the hate. I remember only a year ago we watched his videos with good points. Yeah, people loved Pirate Software. And I think that really, like, I think that what people really don't like on the internet is inauthentic behavior. And that's the reason why people are so angry at Pirate Software more than anything else. I mean, I've already talked about this stuff a lot myself. I mean, I'm not going to watch a whole video. Like, I've taken like one programming class in my life. I mean, technically two, but like really one. And I'm not an expert in programming. So like, I don't really know what I'm looking at here or what to do. But yeah, that's it. Did Ross Farm hate on him unintentionally? I mean, I think that he did that himself, right? I mean, obviously. SGDQ and pronouns, what's the deal? What is this? She, her, she, they, any, all, she, her. Yeah, I don't think people realize how unpopular this shit is.
Nobody wants to memorize that.
I don't think
Come
that
on.
they understand it in any capacity.
No.
Because this kind of stuff is so like crazy unpopular. I don't even know what to say. Yeah, they keep doubling down on it. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know how well is that event doing now? Let me go back and double check it. I mean, it's 54K viewers. I feel like that's pretty good, right? I mean, it's not awful. It's decent, sure. Could be a whole lot worse, I'll tell you that. But, yeah. I'm having issues connecting your stream to somebody else on Twitch. Something going on? I have no idea. The hating on Pirate for not agreeing with his take on Stop Killing Games is unhinged. Well, no, it's not just that. It's like 10 different things put together that people on the internet really don't like. Republicans finally admitting that they don't care if Trump is a pedo. Wait, what? Would you support releasing the Epstein files even if it could send Republicans to prison?
Yeah,
this isn't about Trump. It's about Republicans. Let's leave this to the president in a second, but those files were cleaned and scrubbed by the Biden administration. The information died the day Biden took office. Nobody knows. Here's the truth. Nobody knows what happened. Sorry. No. That's the actual truth. Nobody has any fucking idea, and nobody will ever have any fucking idea. So that's it. Like, yeah, and maybe when we're super old and everybody involved with this is like super dead, then maybe it will get released. You're kidding, right?
No.
We all know? You don't know. You don't know. You think you know, and I think I know, but I can recognize that I'm not 100% sure. People are on, yes, we are assuming. We are assuming, and that's important to keep in mind.
I don't know why that was
the
so hard.
assumptions are in a lot of cases correct. So yeah, let's go back over. I'll look at this here. When was the moment? The moment I knew nothing would come of it when they invited all those social media people there for the Epstein binder photo op. Yeah, I don't blame you. That was really stupid. And this game will get
was dumb.
What's wrong, Doctor? I'm sorry, guys, but your girlfriend can't get pregnant. Her body has an army of bacteria that kills all sperm before reaching the egg. Oh, that's great news.
Oh, come on, Grandpa. This is serious.
Yes, please help us, Grandpa.
Doctor.
What?
Is there something we can do to help? Well, there's one thing. You need to smoke this weed so you can shrink and travel to the cervix. This is some hillbilly.
What? Like, is that for real or?
Here are the guns, guys. What for? You need it for protection. Remember, there's bacteria inside her vagina. Fuck yeah.
Who is going to sleep with your wife? Grandpa. Who is going to chill but kill if he has to? Grandpa. Who is the guy that will put you has to sleep?
Hey, grandson, wake up. We are inside your girlfriend's vagina.
Whoa, this is awesome.
Either you have a big dick or she has been with it.
Oh.
Now, let's get your girlfriend pregnant.
What the fuck? Is this? This is a real game, isn't it? I think it probably actually is.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. Like, this is real high quality shit right here. This is insane. Maybe dude, when does this come out again? July 2025. I might have to try this.
Oh wait, so it is real?
Yeah, I might have to try this, man. Like, this is insane. This shit looks crazy ridiculous. I'm down to give it a go. It's on sale for $6. Yeah, I might play it. Oh my fucking god, that's good. Holy shit, that's amazing. And really,
what
it's
the
on
fuck?
Alabama, man. It's out. Wait,
Alabama,
it's out
man. Is that what it's called?
What did you just tell me? Are you been awarded with the privilege to fuck my boss?
Yes, I am.
That is awesome. I dream about her almost every night.
Shut up, you little bitch. Whatever you do, don't cock block me.
Really need a doctor. But to enter the building, you must go through the forest and the back door. I saw this. Are you still up to it?
Do you think I am a little bitch like you?
Oh my God!
Fucking tonight.
Bro. This is amazing.
Wait, give me a second. I'm too high and too old for this shit.
Grandpa high on retro?
Wish list my game on Steam.
So that's the name of the game. It's not Alabama Man. That's
Sorry,
not the
guys,
name of the
but your
game.
girlfriend can't get pregnant.
And son, wake up. We are inside your girlfriend's vagina.
Whoa! This is awesome.
Either you have a big dick or she has been with him.
This is amazing. I'm sorry, guys. This is fucking insane. I think I might have to play this. Oh my fucking God. This is real quality, isn't it?
Hold on.
Check the game stats. Grandpa high on retro. Let me see how popular it is.
Yeah.
Where is it? And there it is. It only has 6 people playing it. Guys, I might actually play this tomorrow. There's a good chance I could actually try it out and play the game tomorrow and see if it's any good. That would be fucking insane. This is amazing. Yes, it is. And do it.
I'm tempted to play it.
Guys, I just might have to. It's not even because I want to. It's because I have to. This is like a legal obligation at a certain point, you know? And let's go back. I'll look at a few more of these here, too. Grok is giving its opinions now. Reality check. What is this here?
God.
Oh, I don't know about that. Reality check. Such clashes happens, but pinning it all on migrants ignores deeper issues like integration failures.
It's $8.
I think that in general,
Duke Nukem meets Grand Theft Auto. Yeah, especially if Duke Nukem is like fucking 80 years old now.
They don't want AI to be censored. They don't want AI to tell them what to think. They don't want AI
I'm gonna write
to
it down.
not
I'm not
be able
gonna
to
like
give
buy it
certain
right now, but
answers. They just simply want AI to be able to give them the answers that they're looking for. That's it. They don't want some fucking, some like, oh, well,
I kind of want to play it though.
Question. Oh, you're asking the bad question.
Grandpa high on
you're
retro.
gonna have to ban your account. No, bullshit. And apparently they are doing Grok 4, which is good. I'll probably watch the reveal of that, or at least look at the video of it whenever it comes out. In general, I don't think that anybody wants AI. Nobody wants a tool that tells them how to think. All they want is a tool that simply does something. AI is not a means of mental control. It is just simply a tool. It's kind of like your ISP, for example. If your ISP, every single time you went to Rule 34 and you searched up, let me think, Widowmaker Fuda Vor, it sent you to another website and it said, bro, do you really want to watch this? Do you really, you don't want to watch this. This is not what you want to see. And it's like you had to go through 3 different checks and say, like, yes, I did. Right? Like, at the end of the day, people buy internet because they just simply want the service to let them access the internet. And I think this is the same exact thing. People don't buy a calculator because the calculator can't do certain calculations, right? People don't want to have a Microsoft Word not be able to type certain words, right? Imagine like if Microsoft Word, you couldn't type the N-word into Microsoft Word. That's just simply not what people want for a tool. Tools are designed to perform a function. And to the extent that that function is handicapped because of some political viewpoint, it's ridiculous. And I don't think anybody wants that. Nuclear? Yeah, I was thinking about nuclear.
Nuclear?
Speaking of that, I saw there's a video, something about this the other day. So, There's been a lot of people talking about this. Let's see if I can find any more of these and get into it. And if there's anything else really happening going on. Oh, geez. Okay, let me go back. I'll see if I can find a few more of these. XQC talking shit about it. Yeah, I'll watch this one maybe. Oh, jeez. What is this? Oh, God. Let me go back and find it. This is him and Mizkif. Oh, jeez. This girl talking about big streamers. It's about NMP, also referring to a lot of other streamers. Several male streamers that have been in my DMs, popular ones. Some are like, please don't expose me, we'll never share.
I don't give a fuck about this at all.
I avoid having this happen? It's because I look like a exhumed corpse from the 1400s.
Okay.
Yeah, so the girls don't talk to me in the first place, and so this problem can never happen. That's right. It's that simple. Wow, undead. Yes, exactly. And yep, there you go. Crazy work, isn't it? Let's go back. I'll see if I can find a few more of these. Oh yeah, they canceled Creator Clash. I forgot all about that. What is this? The so Creator Clash got canceled. I guess I'll watch Ludwig talk about it. Here we go.
Yeah, have a good one. I'm gonna
dead. Let me see if I actually
grab something to eat and probably do that myself pretty quickly.
Where the fuck did it go? I don't know where it went exactly, but it's somewhere on here. So they canceled Creator Clash, right? I guess we can just start with that. Let me just find the picture.
After that
canceled. Okay, here we go.
That's probably a good enough place to.
Right here, Creator Clash has been officially canceled. Who could have guessed? It's not that big of a surprise.
I gotta go make myself some.
But they had to cancel this because nobody bought tickets and it wasn't making any money, right? We'll watch Ludwig talk about it.
Double cheddar brats. God damn it. You lucky bastard.
Dead for a while and like on life support.
It is.
You know, this has been in.
They lost money last year.